He's a phenomenal control player.
Have a great weekend, Mr. Strymer.
Buongiorno. We're gonna play Phoenix today. Thank you for the sub, Charlie, stage 1. Gonna go Blue Red, Phoenix. And we're gonna play 2 Vance's Blasting Cannons, as I hadn't drawn it much. So we're gonna play with 2 to draw it much. I think my intuition tells me I would be closer to playing 1 than 2, but science requires sacrifices. It requires. Two red for a scam. Well, don't you think the backside is good? I think it's okay. There's one thing in the IC game theory optimal number. Yeah. I mean, that surprised me that's even a question. I thought it was red. Well, red will be strong too. In fact, it will be stronger. Maybe Utah's card will be good for Phoenix. I thought there was already a Utah's card. Utah declares war, right? Are we in the Phoenix meta now? Ditch this. Kinda stinky. Kinda want to chart, but also not really. I think I want to opt. Because then I can chart away the specific card. Under chart, very nice. I think we cast the opt. Bottom, this has no targets. Well, I said bottom, but clearly Modobug strikes again. Let's go Red Shadow. I don't know what my opponent is doing. Is he gonna axe? Discarding Lightning Island is okay. Maybe I wanted to Alteration core, chart a course with 2 Phoenixes in hand. Okay, now we have a target, awesome. So we can get 3 Phoenixes. Or can we? I'll just do that. We're gonna do that regardless, and then we can consider. And if we hit a cruise or an opt, we can get it. Simple. Play a top land. Attack for 9. Next turn, Galvanic Trespass. Woof. Friday is like the only music trend that is constant throughout Candy's streamer life, and I hate it. Well, maybe you could begin to like it. It's not that bad. It's not too bad. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
He's a phenomenal control player.
How are you such a powerful wizard, Canny? Where do you store your powers?
It's in my brain. It's all with the power of my mind that I perform the gameplay moves. So yeah, some nerds have hairs ×1, but I don't think I actually want to. Gameplay stored on the balls, yeah. And it's the Pyro, I don't know, because Spikefield Hazard makes him kind of bad too, but... Wait, I want to cut thing in the ice. Why did I fail at that? I did click on thing in the ice. Oh, I cut an iteration instead? That is an absolutely terrible move. Terrible misclick. Sinful Stroke unlikely to be useful in opening hand. I'm discarding a Phoenix, very sad, but... Can puzzle next turn. Opponent is gonna chart, okay. Discard a Spikefield Hazard, okay. They were thinking about whether to shock or not, so... I mean, it's not like I'm gonna not play the puzzles if they have a Spell Pierce. One is not too bad, although I wish I could grab one of those lands. Kaneki, what will you play in the showcase this weekend? I don't know. It's Legacy Standard, right? So, I think. Am I correct? So that's kinda... Oh no, I guess we're gonna play Reanimator. And in Standard, I don't know, maybe Grixis. Or Esper or not at all. What is the idea behind the Vance enchantment? It's a card for grinding matchups. It's an enchantment, so Decks that can deal with enchantments can't deal with it. Namely the colors of red and black. That tells you anything. This could have been a iteration, but I just misclicked during sideboarding. Scare the Phoenix, I guess. It's kind of a stinky situation now. Iteration is banned, sir. Galvanic iteration. Bottom this. I think I'll try to play a taplet and keep a Pierce this turn. Pierce is useful throughout the entire game. In those matchups it's fine. Because people always spend mana on cantripping so much. You used to be able to iteration, yeah. Find this cruising though. 4 AM Donuts, nice name. This is the famous Phoenix deck that is, according to famous Rakdos players, inconsistent, yeah. I was at Misplaced Ginger's stream yesterday watching him play Pioneer with his trusty red-black midrange deck. And also a discussion in the chat about how Phoenix is a tier 3 deck and it's very inconsistent. Allegedly, according to Derek. Which is a weird word choice, I find. But then, like, it turned out that he meant inconsistent at winning, which... I guess. No reason to keep up Pierce. My opponent is not going to time walk combo me. Could Shredder pieces, or I could pieces Shredder. To play around Spell Pierce. Get a Connive versus I don't get the pieces. I think if I don't get the pieces, I'm in trouble. Post combat pieces, let's mill 3 Phoenixes and a Treasure Cruise. Right, I'll get a Connive, but... They announced yesterday Magicon Philly is 2x as big space-wise. I'm ready to get run across entire venue to get some info based. Yeah. Bro, is anyone in the chat qualified for the Pro Tour Philadelphia? Wait, is it in Philadelphia now? Yes. Change from Charlotte to Philadelphia. Can you eat a Philly cheesesteak in Philadelphia? The good fire impulse consider. Okay. In 2 weeks I will be Kappa. Hashtag me too. My opponent fueled their graveyard pretty heavily. They had no cards in graveyard, now they have 12. What happened? I guess they simply cast pieces and connived. Pieces consider. Connived, yeah. Maybe I should play Thing in the Ice. TBH. But yeah, I'm open to my opponent time walk comboing on me. No. Poor. But yeah, Young Pyro seems to make no sense in the matchup too, because they keep the impulses. I think I want to cruise. Can draw Lightning Axe for the Shredder. We found Trespass, that's good at least. Let's play the Cave to have more mana on the next turn with untapped land, and Phoenix to block your move. Don't combo me. Although I find it unlikely they won't combo me now. They have dug through lots of cards. No, Elido Shredder, okay. Well, you could go Shredder, Iteration, Land, Trespass. Good afternoon, King. That's pretty weird chum to me when people say good afternoon after I just woke up. Play seconds on two. How is this part of the day called? It is an afternoon, yeah, but it just it's like, I don't know, I'm used to thinking that afternoon is late in the day, but then it's actually early in the day. So kind of tricky overall. You have the time walk, bro, or not? You shocked, so you probably do. No, you don't, lol. What is up with those people not having time walk? Unlicensed hairs, that is inconvenient. But also doesn't seem to matter. Thing in the Ice plus Phoenix is gonna kill them. Sure, you can connive, bro. Is there another thing in the Ice I left actually kind of useful? I don't think it actually makes a difference. I think I would be fine without it too. If it was an extra iteration, I would want to. I would just iterate my time walk twice so that 3 turns. That would also work. Uh. And I seems to me like my opponent was ahead on lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2. Well, maybe not on lands. So we're ahead on mana, and they didn't like keep a spell pierce to interrupt my time walk. Maybe I guess a spell pierce had interrupted. I don't know, bros. You won. Cringe in the eyes. I think we win even without cringe in the eyes. 2 phoenixes here, attack to 7, the next turn. I don't know, draw some cards, probably fire removal for this. Or not. Doesn't matter. Violent Outburst, a well-known modern dredger. Opt Axe, Fiery Impulse. Seems like I can fuel cruise well enough. We have interaction early. Set mono green.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Okay,
Canny
it's not
dab, canny
super.
pog, canny tofu.
It's kind of bad when they have no elf, because that means they don't spend the cards on the elf and they have Wolfwillow Haven, which means that I think your win rate against hands with no elf is lower. Weirdly. Yeah, it's very possible. 6969 username. Imagine a Fire Impulse hit Planeswalker's Pros. I could deal 2 damage to the card. But no, you can't. I get Tormod scripted, but then seems okay. Will you grant WoW canister the new cards? Probably. Probably on Monday. No land. Must be sad. Okay, now I assume Tormod script is gonna arise. Probably put it into play and don't use it. It was super cool when you did it with Yellow Hat, I know. Phoenix in my graveyard now, so incentivized to use the crypt. But also then I can refill my graveyard with pieces. Keeping the crypt for the long game, I guess. Versus the time walks. Interesting. I mean, it is reasonable. You don't really need a Carnot, low loyalty. Lair of the Hydra, okay. Free mana. 4 mana. Free mana green, okay. Another, this is gonna be a troll. It seems as if my opponent had trouble clicking, like casting the spells, but probably it's not that. Of course. We have 11 mana now for a time walk available if needed. All the 2 trolls my opponent might pop off. They didn't play any Kyoras though, so they don't have Kyoras first and they don't draw, so it's pretty significant. So they're probably gonna cast a storm and we'll see if that storm is gonna be any good. Because I'm hacking conniving in response. Got an elf and then Lair of the Hydra, okay. If I put a counter on the Shatter, I would not be able to block. Maybe it was worth it. One, two, three, 7. Yeah, copy that. If you get crypted now, I'll just cast pieces twice. Wow. Are you sure? I mean, I'm gonna take that. I mean, dead? Nice Tormod script. I'm probably saving the Tormod script for the next game, yeah. I'd say throw, no. Yeah, I mean, they should have absolutely excelled my graveyard in response to my iteration. I've got double pieces and I need to survive the next turn storm, which could be possible or could be hard. We'll see. And then we would have a time walk. But yeah, like they just left themselves dead on board, assuming I had a time walk in hand if I cast a copy spell. No idea why they didn't save their current end, kill your bird. No, I think that made sense if you save the time walk to interact with the time walk later. If you believe the time walk is gonna be more important, I think that's very defensible. I think I can one cruise against mono green TBH. Six elf answers. Maybe I don't on Brazil. Skip Brazil. No elf removal, but can pierce a Kyorago. Leisure Shatter and have Ghast. That seems okay. Hopefully they won't play a troll. Shadow hear this? You like Pyro versus Mono Green? I like 2-drops versus Mono Green. They all stick and they provide a huge value. And Pyro also does that. And I think games against mono green where you stick a turn 2 monster are infinitely easier than games where you don't. I think Young Pyro, like I think Thing in the Eye, they go. If I had to order them, it would be Thing in the Ice into Shredder into Young Pyro, but Young Pyro is still fairly valuable in my view. Geriko Knife. Fortunately, I'll connive an island. I've played with the Keruga deck. I think it's a little bit of a meme deck, but it's not too much of a meme deck. It's a playable one. Co? Dobrze. I'm excited for Misery's Shadow and Rakdos midrange. I will need to check what's Misery's Shadow. I don't know. Is the Keruga deck well positioned in the meta? I don't know, bros. Maybe it is. Two CMC Kalitas Light. Well, I mean, Kalitas. I think a big part of Kalitas is having lifelink and making the zombies, so that's just stopping dice effects, which is fine. How many of them are there to be stopped, though? Kółeczko. Kurwa, no F6 mnie wcisnęła. Ja pierdolę. Cut F6, bros. Jesus. Exile effect is strong. Well, against what exactly? I think you need to have stuff in mind. There, what it's good against. Alright, I guess we're gonna bounce the Cavalier now, I guess. Thank you, Buka. Connive yet another land. Kinda unfortunate, but it's okay. Stop Stroll and Cavalier. Yeah, I guess it's useful against mono green and 2-drop. Puka. Słaniasz mi ekran. Nic nie widzę. What I draw. I don't know how many cards in the graveyard do I have. For CMC is usually too slow. Kalt is a great card against mono green. I guess it is actually a helpful part of your strategy to have a 2-mana exiling guy. This is mono green because the dice effects on the creatures are also pretty big against this Rakdos deck, really. Wow. I like Connive so much and still didn't do anything. And the deck is starved for 2-drops. Puść. What do you think about letting Cavalry resolve and Ether Gassing response the trigger? No, I can get Nyctas. It's too bad, I think.
He's a
Bring them to
phenomenal
8, the
control
opponent brings
player.
into 4, plays a Cavalier.
Polygamer.
Can play the Phoenix. It seems not super. Keep the hole to block. They'll have 2 lethal threats, I think. I just sheepishly back off and should attack with the Shredder, but I F6'd. Wow, they draw another Cavalier, so lucky. Ah yes, the good Blasting Cannons list has no main deck cannons, exactly what I expected. It seems like a good sideboard card to me, but not like a good main deck card, so that's would be a reason as to why it is this way. Pieces I'll cast. Stroke, Mill Phoenix, and Opt. Okay. I have 3 looks at another spell. Definitely taking the Stroke. Interesting. Pierce Self. Honestly, it was just kind of funny to me that the card in the title is in the main deck. I understand that, but it is not funny to me, so you're laughing alone. I don't want to not call up the Stroke, so I will not pay. Well, I wish I had Pierce for this, but... I had 1 pieces, 1 treasure cruise, and I'm suffering greatly because of that right now. If I attack with the Phoenixes, I deal 3 damage. If I play another one, I deal 6 damage. Where's that 10 then? I can attack when you have 2 creatures, I have to block. I think I chill. Okay, Stormeroni. Been hiding these good draws in their sleeves. I mean, I guess I the Cavalier twice, so they actually weren't that lucky to redraw it. Carnold and what? Lera. Yeah, I was pretty unlucky to Pierce self, that's like... That's for sure. You have 9. I mean, it is some kind of a trick, but... Oh, it's this kind of a trick. So this gets Tormod Script and probably exiles my graveyards immediately. It's kind of tricky. Then I draw pieces and find Trespass and win. Simple. Tormod Script also gives me a connive. If it's being cast. The exile, okay. I think I cast it pre-combat. They have 9 lands. Land with Flashback Storm. I think I need the cruise for more power. It's kind of unreasonable not to have the cruise kept here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's more cards. This is not a great draw. 1, 2, 3, 4. Might just want to cruise. Pick your Galvang iteration, treasure, cruise. If I attack with 2 phoenixes, I'm DOB on board, so we have to avoid that. As we draw another phoenix. 4 phoenix. They get God Pharaoh statue or Meteor Golem. Meteor Golem doesn't matter. God Pharaoh statue problem. The X alteration can draw Pierce in 6 cards. Well, but Pierce doesn't actually help. What does it help against? Also, all Pierces are used up, so I can't draw it. Can draw Fiery Impulse, that is no good. I don't have Axe. Aethergas has been used up. Bro, so if you would watch the game, you would know that all the cards were used up. We have Held versus Storm or Statue. Sure. I think we'll copy. Because I have I have few cards that do stuff in the deck, so we need to get some bangers. Tawara has been exiled. I mean, you can just play through God Pharaoh statue a tiny bit. Kinda. But I just can't attack, because if I attack, I'm dead on board. Yeah. I haven't played a ton of matchup. Is this a bad matchup for blue reds? I believe it's favored for Phoenix. Ja w 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This point, just a regular Timok resolving is gonna be awesome. This game we had to get through a rough patch in the top half of my deck, where I mostly found lots of lands and was only able to connive away lands, which caused me to stagnate a little bit, and then my opponent was able to cast 2 Storm the Festivals. We didn't hit anything particularly super, but I'm not sure who's favorite at this point. Like, if they just play God Pharaoh statue, how big of a problem that is? It's kind of a problem, but also not really all that much. We also let them grab an
He's
extra
a
land with
phenomenal
Cavalier
control player.
because
The
Buka
big
F6.
3-0.
The big 3-0 indeed, yeah. What Pioneer deck are you leaning towards for regionals? Blue, Red, Phoenix. Although there is certainly a bunch of new interesting options for Karn wish boards in the new set. It is indeed an artifact set with some extra power. The Super Meteor Golem is kind of insane. They spoiled the entire set by now. They spoiled the entire set. Zamkniesz mi drzwi, Kasiu? Dziękuję ci bardzo. Where do I board in cannons? Red black midrange matchups. Yes. Jendrek has been telling me that he liked cannons as his mono white too. So aggro decks that could have hate, right? The enchantment side is medium, but the land side is pretty effective against that. I'm not sure if that's super, but the 5 mana fog, maybe. I doubt the 5 mana fog is any good. Like, that seems insanely bad to me. Phyrexian sack 3 creatures is very expensive and probably doesn't really cover much ground, so I would be surprised if that card actually will be played for sure, although some people will try it. But the brain seems super great to have under Karn. Even if only for the mirror, right? You could just exile Karns from your opponent's deck, checkmate. 10 mana on top a land guy. Seems like kind of funny to have, but probably never actually useful. Like never actually justifiable to put in the deck, but the Super Meteor Golem is a great card, I think. This enchant is pretty interesting. Previously, I have run into the issue sometimes of not being able to do anything reasonable with Karn against Incarnation once Incarnation was already in play. And now that is an option if you want that for that matchup. You might like it's still a good matchup for mono green, I believe. Because most of the time you raise them, but if you want to also have coverage for the games where the game holds a little bit early, they answer a ramp and they play an Incarnation and you still want to win, I think the Karn target of the Disenchant Worm is pretty cool. I remember you tried to play a mono green deck without Karn once and got paired against the mirror. I did, yeah. That deck didn't feel too good. I think a bigger issue in the mirror was the fact I had Questing Beast against Old Growth Trolls, and that is not a good matchup for Questing Beast. Have you seen the Explorer Red White Keruga Fires deck? You can link it to me. But yeah, that deck is essentially Boros. Like you still want late night binding for Keruga to be functional. But the list of fires I had is effectively a Naya deck, I guess. Thing is, you have like plenty of blue sources anyways because you play a Triumphs to support this, so you kind of end up in the same spot. So, and the top lands don't hurt that much because it doesn't really matter, but Moonblast Cleric, okay. The Elder Dragon War. Yeah, I mean this has no binding. I don't think there is no reason to not play binding. Because he gets untapped mana in the early turns. But it actually doesn't do anything. And also the king is less useful. So like, well, you have Den on the back burner, but you can't use the mana anyway. So it's a tap land in your deck, anyways. I guess. Well, a mana land is pretty good. Like, not gonna lie. What is this attack? I guess it's a free attack. Set the statue of limitations. Kani, what is a bugbear? It's a type of a goblin. Sky Sovereign, what? Curious. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć, 10, 11, 12, 13. What card is the Super Meteor Golem? No, it's the 8 mana Meteor Golem. Something leveler. Kira should have untapped the troll for sure, yeah. It's interesting on a point when with Sky Sovereign. I don't know what to do now. If I go Time Walk, attack them for 6, then attack them again, that doesn't really accomplish much. I'm missing 2 mana to copy Trespass. Pyro Shenanigans and 2 attack steps should do the trick now. Play Pyro, 1, 2, 3. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Play Pyro, I have 11. Then I play Opt for free. Then I play Trespass. Tapping Troll is GG, but opponent wants to give you a chance. And Tapping Troll is not GG, bro. Come on, like, what are you saying? Tapping Troll is GG. Yeah. Try to cost 1 if I cost 0, net 0. So I can go Pyro, Chart, Opt, Trespass. So I have 2 tokens, 3 tokens. I attack for 6. They go to 10. On the next turn, I go attack with everybody. They block a Phoenix against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we bring back a Phoenix, that kills them. Or if we remove a blocker, that kills them. We won't remove the blocker though, but... Or if we find the last Phoenix and draw it. So that's kind of, I have the correct mana. I tap those. Then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Then I have 7. Then I have 5. And I get plus 3 cards in the graveyard. So I have 5 plus 3 plus 3, 11, yeah. That adds up. Oh shit. I was supposed to do it before combat. I messed up. All that planning. Lol. Alright, whatever. It might work well. It's gonna work again anyways, because we bring back a Phoenix on the next turn. Then we're gonna find a second one, I promise. But yeah, all that planning. It's not -1 damage. Well, it is -1 damage. Walk to Poland. Walk. See, we found the Phoenix. Nothing matters. Actually, better to do it this way. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, and 8, 9. Wait, actually, does it add up? Kinda. We'll see. No, we have an extra token. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we play Phoenix. Yeah. Damn, good thing I didn't untap the trolls. Would be GG. No, just kidding. It would be not GG. It will be BG. To Poland. I took the wall to Poland. We cast 3 spells. 1, 2, 3. I think so. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, and then yeah. Okay, I won the match. Easy. And by easy, I mean it was actually pretty hard. They can block with both the trolls untapped, no? They can, yes, but once. And then they'll be dead still to this turn. Because there's 2, like, if they block, if they are at 13, they still take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 13. So this would still be exactly that. Three trophies, Omega Lul. I worked for them pretty hard, so I would be appreciate if you wouldn't just make fun of my achievement, even if it's something that comes easy for you. I would appreciate if you just wouldn't be so negative all the time. I have at least 100 trophies, okay. Yeah, we had Galvanic Fire Impulse for +3 too. Well, not really, because the boats. Because the Cavalier had reached, if I Galvanic Impulse, that's not +3, that's +0. So Goblin Firebomb is the card that you're thinking about for mono green. I don't know what's Goblin Firebomb. No, I mean Goblin Firebomb is terrible. Flash. I mean that card already existed. Universal Solvent existed. It didn't have flash, but it doesn't matter. But it's not obviously not playable. Well, there was an artifact that destroys enchantments, but it was not Goblin Firebomb. It was, you know, much cheaper than that. Haywire Might, that's much better. That's a bit better than the Goblin Super Bomb you linked. Kaneki, any of the new cards you think will impact Pioneer or Modern? I think they will, yeah. Will I buy boxes to obtain new cards for RC? Probably not. It's a very inefficient way. I will try to napiszę my do spota, czy to nam otwierać i się da kupić tak od razu jakoś listę kart. But buying boxes is like obviously stupid, right? You can open 3 boxes and you're gonna have like 2 copies of a card and probably not the one you actually need. Like New Teferi. New Teferi is on the weaker end of powerful cards in the set to me. Don't feel so good about this game, the Brothers War. What do you mean? Nice. The new Sweltering Suns does nothing in Pioneer, right? Why? It's an excellent card. I'm gonna be playing it in my Phoenix deck in the sideboard. It kills unlicensed heirs. That's kind of the most important thing. So you can board it against Rakdos, and it's a removal for unlicensed heirs. That's pretty awesome. 6. Alright, I guess we're gonna time walk. I think. Remove unlicensed heirs or graveyard trespasser. I mean, you're butt chesting, but I'm butt chesting no cap. That sounds pretty excellent to me. Then we see Phoenix being inconsistent on full display here. Can I butt chest IRL? Not really. Oh no, Castle Ardenvale. What the hell, I can cast this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Christ, that's so bad. I think if we had Laser Shadow early in the game, it would have been much easier to play. Alas, we did not. Another Mutavault. Still have 3 pieces in the deck, I think, to draw and pop off a little bit. So that's very convenient. A new Luminarch Aspirant probably not good enough at 3 mana. What the heck is a new Luminarch Aspirant? Sounds made up. Powerful. Maybe they just want to pump a Mutavault, I guess. Not attack. Pieces? No pieces. Pieceless? So does not seem utterly unplayable, but does not really seem as good as, for example, Adeline. Here we go. Here we don't go. Still excellent, TBH. Ma pierdolę, no. Not so good. Not so good after all. Ooh. We're not dead, Chad. We can draw another pieces. Let's try the cannons for this deck. So I'm curious about the effectiveness of that. What do you want to cut? Pyroman, Sweltering Suns combination. I think I wanted to cut charts. Kind of surprising to not see a single Rending Volley Cyber, at least to me. I mean, people play that card, but it does seem very, like, luxurious. It's not like you don't have red. It's not like you don't have red removal. It's got one pieces, one chart, I think. Oh no, 61 cards. What? Yeah, 61 cards it is. Like, it's a card I could play, but it's not a card I feel there's much priority on putting into my sideboard. And it seems kind of redundant with Lightning Axe. So why does that really surprise you? Is it just because people tend to put it into the sideboard? But I think that's a card you put into your sideboard if you don't think much of what you want in your sideboard, and if you actually know, then you cut the Rending Volley, make space. That's my approach. That was my adventure. It's because of Thalia, it's playing untapped. So yeah, I mean, there are luxurious cards you would probably be happy to if you could play 1000 card sideboard. I would probably have Rending Volley and not Fire Impulse my deck against their deck, but doesn't seem like a huge deal to me. A bit of an awkward situation over here. Find a way to protect the ally. Not doing the Polo Doritos move. Probably should. What do I think about Jeskai Breach and Modern? I don't, for the most part. Axtalia, Cruz, Draw 1 mana card, get Phoenixes, discard Suns. Okay, Jeskai Breach is a fine deck in Modern, but pretty obviously the Jeskai Breach hype men, hype people just have something to sell to you. They're selling you the hype. I could Sans. At least Adeline, then next turn I can Axe Adeline. I mean, they attack, they make the extra tokens, they still have a Swelling Suns board. Probably discard Suns. Axe-Adeline first to bait Brave. I'm gonna Stallion play. I have 2 Phoenix in my graveyard, so I'm pretty incentivized to return them. But they still play Brave. They play Brave, but they cost 2 mana, bros. Can Axe under attack. What incentive do I have to do so? What are you talking about? Could also not return the Phoenixes super much. Maybe I just discard pieces and keep Suns. But Suns, keeping Suns against this is kind of bad. I mean, I could also Axe Adeline, Cruz, not return the Phoenixes. But then pieces sounds better to me than this. I think this seems like it's hard to use Sweltering Suns here. Axe Adeline, wow, not even like proposing, just telling me to do that. Axe Adeline, you fucking nerd, do it now. Nice sideboard cards. It's pretty nice, yeah. Skydrunk opt. Sure. Why didn't you ask Adeline? I did. Hopefully they won't rip in pieces. Bro, what they say? What I just tell you? As expected, I expected as much. They've had it all this game, holy shit. Sometimes people like sometimes my opponents make like the most mundane moves in the game of Magic the Gathering. And they just have cards in their deck, and people just in the chat are like, holy shit, they have it all. Which I don't feel like. Why didn't you play around Rest in Peace? Well, I played the Cruise. Was it not playing around Rest in Peace? I didn't have much removal for Adeline left in the deck, so... I mean, I don't know if I didn't play around Rest in Peace. No. Not good. Alright, that's so bad. Get to attack with the token too. Drake on top. Drake was being milled by... No, it wasn't actually. Well, we can draw the Drake. But we're not gonna... I think humans is a bit not simple of a matchup. I've been losing it more often than I've been happy with. So I think some attention to that has to be applied. Set is not super, depending on what we play against, but I guess most decks is not super. What if we mulligan it? This is a bit better. Is it static caster? Well, Adeline has 4 toughness, so it's kinda... Although it's probably a great card to have. I'll consider is it static caster. You can then use static caster and fire impulse to kill the Adeline. And just punishes the stupid Thalias. It's getting a lot of pieces from Bro and has a good arena matchup. Yeah. Well, what pieces does it get from Bro? Yeah, like marginal 1-drop, which is just as good as all the previous 1-drops, or something else on top of that. So good against 8 Llanowar decks. I don't think Static Caster is super great against Llanowar elves. The removal is also a portable hold often, and you can portable hold that. How good are the cannons? I don't know yet. I haven't played. I don't think I have played them yet. So not running into red black though, which is the main matchup. What have we played against this league? Phoenix, right? Could play tapped events. Should play tapped events. You did reveal cannons to piece of the puzzle, though. I did, yeah. Like will be playing the Drakes, anyways. So could have been a Crackling Drake instead. Are the cannons more useful in the front face against blue-red, black-red? No, I mean, well, depends. It's May, so you don't have to flip them, you don't have to transform them. Depending on the situation, you might want the front side or the back side more. There is some problems with the front side, namely it only casts spells. You cannot play lands with it. That's a bit of a shameful, I think. Bit of a shame. If I draw a tapped land, I should make the tapped land drop. Can't keep this now. Can play Outpost Siege instead. Yeah, I know. It's a consideration. Finger transformation seems fairly powerful, so I wanted to play with cannons first, and also I've seen cannons being played. But I think it's all should be considered. All the landfall enchantment. What the hell is landfall enchantment? Valakut exploration? That's ridiculously terrible. Thank you for the suggestion, though. Actually, is it? Maybe it's not as terrible, but I think it's pretty terrible. It also can't play lands and doesn't transform. And there's a contingent of you having a land. I want to impulse and let them connive in response. I would need to impulse in response to connive trigger. Or I should just axe the Ledger Shader. Any plans for the set review? Few plans. Probably Monday. I'll talk about new cards. Today is what? Today is Friday, right? I guess we could make a quick glance over the cards because they spoiled all of them right now. Full card spoil comes later today, okay. Could review cards between challenge rounds, yeah. Just say Flash's Mythic is the best and be done with it. Bros, Urza is absolutely insane, and Power Stone and Weak Stone are gonna be staples in the sideboards of Mono Green. I read some physics book. We are universal. Well put, John. Well put. What does that mean? We're universal. Certainly we are, yeah. One, two, three. I could cast a 5 mana cruise if I lightning axe the Shredder. I think the likelihood of a spell pitch in my opponent's hand is pretty tremendous though. Next TikTok. Lots of us unspent mana. There seems current TGCD set. Sure, yeah. At the same time, like, it certainly boosts mono green if your card is more powerful, but it's also interesting to think about how much does it boost your mono green deck, right? Because it actually boosts only one card in your mono green deck, the Karns, and by like how much to have a little bit of a better selection of cards to wish for. I have to tell. Play 6 mana one. Yeah, it's
He's a
also
phenomenal
it's gonna be week
control
after the
player.
set, so I guess many
Best
people
streamer.
might miss board. Miss build 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can play Cruise through Spell Pierce, which we should probably do. What a hand. Thank you, Dido_D. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, Skillet. I am interested if there is a good hard and scarce list in Pioneer after this set. Is there a card that you're thinking about? I think hardened scales, like, people often have the idea of a hardened scales deck, but it's not actually like that strong by itself. I think the only really strong combo is that with Walking Ballista. So as long as you have Walking Ballista, you can have a good deck, I guess, based around the counters. Putting lots of power on having the Ballista as just very flexible removal kill spell. But just like a tribal deck of the tribe being puts 1/1/1 counters on itself, it's just puts power and counters into play, and that's fairly weak, I think. And there's the Ballista is banned, so that's, I think it was the doom of hardened scales and Pioneer. Because it was a fringe deck before it was banned. Liking Red Bird so far, I do, yeah. No Inkmoth either yet. I mean, Inkmoth doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be an artifact-based deck. It's just that with Ballista you can interact with your opponent and also kill your opponent. Just so you have an actual reason, an actual draw to the deck, instead of I'll put a +1/+1 counter and a second one from Scales on my 2/2. I have a 4/4 now. I attack. You know, that does not sound super attractive, I think. So you're gonna cast this spell. On wskaże ci drogę. W pustej szklance pomarańcze. Jak w pustej szklance pomarańcze, to musi być duża szklanka. Pomarańcza ma spory obwód. What I find funny is the interaction of Hardened Scales and taka Zigate, and to taka, co jak pijesz, to ci Made in Russia z dołu patrzy w oczy. No może taka. Usłyszałem ją. Tak to on. The interaction between Scales and Voracious Hydra. Sorry, I was distracted. I think that's a ridiculous interaction because the Hydra, you pay, for example, 3 mana. You play a Hydra of X1 and enters with 2 counters, and then it doubles the counter. So it doubles, but you actually double it and add an extra one, because to double means to add the same amount of counters that are already there on the card. Seems like a wasteful spell pierce, but oh shit. No, that's a wasteful Fire Impulse. Oh yeah, pierdolę. I forgot. That was not a wasteful spell piece, also a very nice spell pierce. A bazillion mana is a fine spell pierce. No, I think it's good to hold the spell pierce in the middle for the interaction with the combo. That's kinda what it comes down to most times, I found. And like, people have bazillion mana, but they always spend it anyways. That's so poor. I forgot that Shredder knives. First time playing your deck? Yeah. Where do you board in the Brazil Borrower against Leyline and in general. Not sure it's great. You could play a spell instead of it, so you can grab it with piece of the puzzle, probably into the royal. Unless there's a better one. Shatter Sword, I mean, not putting up much. Discard pieces, yeah, that's a bit puzzling. What's in their hand, and I don't understand. I could kill the Shredder. If they connive, then we don't kill it anyways. I think you just have to let it be. Or we can maybe attack and then try to kill it. Lol, in your graveyard? Come on. They didn't block, so I guess I could have impulsed my Phoenix. But then they would block and I would have the Phoenixes. No, I think I'm happy not having killed the Phoenix. You have 2 cards in hand. Iteration. They have 1 card in hand. 5, 8. 8, yeah. But yeah, Brazil is, I think, largely for leyline, which is kinda minor. Oh, let's have the Pyro on the play, especially like just the impulse is so bad. They outplayed us hard. Well, my move on with killing the Shadow was pretty poor, but besides that, I don't know if it was outplaying. See if they get the Mimo to cut the Graveyard Hate. It's less of a Mimo and more of a non-aggression pact, but you can just pierce that. They used their spell piece while you did not. Well, I didn't have an opportunity to use my spell pierce, so you're trying to argue with yourself. Just clarifying that you're actually defeated only yourself with your argument. Yeah, they did like play around the spell piece, which is wise. I play puzzles on next turn, so I'm gonna play the shredder now. It can tie the shock anyways. Let's go raining volley. No, axe, okay. They play a hearse now, I will be in trouble, so please don't. Cosmic guitars. I regret putting the pathway on red now. A third red land is almost useless. Pays for spell pierce though.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thank you very much. Gotcho99 for the sub. I'll be sad if they have disputes. Can't believe what is he playing at Blue Mat Courier. Link. Combat Courier. Wow. Hope they complete the courier cycle now. I really hope they don't. Alright, I'm banning Portuguese from my chat. The CRC open deckless? I don't know. But they have a God Eternal Kefnet in their deck. You may reveal the first card you draw each turn. As you draw it. Whenever you reveal an instant sorcery, you copy that card and you can cast. I mean, it seems odd in the mirror, but in Dwarfs and Drake, if I had to guess. Not sure, but I think to not discard, I'll just play it. Could also play Spiral of Canal Pass with this Strokage too, but... Midrange Scarab dies to Fatal Push, yeah. It comes back third from the top, but it's kind of dice for no value, right? For the most part. Wojteko, Puchua, Enkwa, please. As I said, please don't talk in languages. Has this been talked about yet? Probably not. Recommission, 2 mana. Artifact or creature with mana value 3 or less. With a +1/+1 counter, so it's like a nerf, but can also return small artifacts. Interesting. Do you think the Brotherhood's End could fit in the Murktide sideboard? Probably not. Well, I guess it can. It's pretty okay against Hammer. So it could fit against Hammer, I guess. Was it that their third spell post-combat? Why did I cast the spells pre-combat? Can let them have a connive. I really don't think I would like to, though. I'm looking for copy, cruise, puzzles. As it is often the case with Phoenix, you're looking for those cards. Few truly live in the moment. True. Do you live in the moment, chat, or is your mind constantly occupied with the past or the future? Catchy sounds. I would classify it as in the moment. When I watch the stream, I just vibe. Sounds good. Your mind is constantly occupied with breaching. Okay. I mean, it's fine. That's what you want to devote your brain power to. Why not? Could get disputed if I don't play lands. I would really not like to. Not guarantee that they play Dispute to begin with, but I guess I'll attack to trade. Not sure if it's pretty bad because, well, it does incentivize my opponent to tap down, which I want to resolve my trespass combo. Why do you not counter the Phoenix? I was saving this for the next game. Not even countering this Phoenix. Don't you want to cast Phoenix to cast out return Phoenix? I mean, I will be keeping up this Disdainful Stroke, right? So no, I don't. Like for sure, I'm keeping the Stroke. You have Narset Reversal. Now I have opt for staff returns. Right, what happens if Narset Reversal is cast, bros? Who takes the turn first? Let's say I have Trespass, Trespass, Trespass on the stack. They reversal the copy. So then I finish my turn. It's gonna be their turn. Then I take 3 turns total. They still have 3 turns, right? So that sounds fine. Can't you stroke the copy? Well, I'm considering tapping out to get an extra turn, which sounds like a good idea. TBH. Like I could stroke the copy, yeah, but if I do this, what happens with the reversal? So I guess at this point I'll discard the stroke because it's not gonna matter anymore. Few truly live in the moment. Few truly live in the moment. Few truly live in the moment. Bros, I think few truly live in the moment. The origin of Kek W. For a long time I have found the emote to be repulsive the way it looks. And I didn't like it and I didn't want to enable it in the channel. But it was like when it was becoming popular on Twitch and people were coming and, hey, Kaniki, can we enable KEKW? And it's such a good emote. And I was like, no. No fun can be had in my stream. I refuse. After a certain point, I added it, and it's good that I didn't stick with my potentially poor decision of not adding it. Should disable it, in my opinion, in the interest of laughing emote diversity. I think that would play out poorly. I think we mold this. Well, now we do. Back then we used to have way fewer emotes. Key put back irritation, I think. Good thing I put back an irritation. What's on new Young Pirate Pioneer? Well, it seems kind of the same as the old one. It's a bit better versus WoW Royal Silence. What the heck? Seems a bit better than Young Pyro because it creates colorless tokens, so Brave the Elements cannot get past them. Also, it triggers off of Vance's Blasting Cannons, yeah. So it has minimal upsides, I think. Chooses Blitz and Lightning Axe, so when creatures are not safe. Awkward. They only have one red, so I'll play the Pyromancer. Get the Connive too. I don't think I can pierce from this position much. Yeah, opponent's list is going places. I think my opponent is playing a list with no opts. The CFT SOC top 8 challenge list doesn't have opts, has strategic planning instead. Any decks that won more than 4 Young Pyros. Don't think there are decks that won 4 Young Pyros, so I don't think there are decks that won 8 by extension of that. But yeah, maybe they'll miss second red mana, it will be pretty good. Yeah, nice. So have a Lightning Axe for the Shredder, but yeah, not super though. Good iteration and consider. Shredder is gonna die. That's just how it is gonna be. I will not connive twice. It's a human too. Yeah, I guess that's pretty good for the of one mind. If you're into that. Graveyard is. Connive. Discard the impulse, I think. No. Keep. Could exile the iteration to cruise, but that doesn't seem right to me. But that's 3 minutes too. I could have spell pierced this opt. TBH, maybe that's good. But I have 6. They're gonna lead on axing. I mean, what if I make them pay? They don't return Phoenix. They have 1 Phoenix. Seems wrong to make them pay. You play pieces now, for example. That's a great spell pierce target. Well, the new Pyro can do stuff in Pure and Vintage, but it's really hard to cast with your Mox mana base, right? Mox Saga mana base. You're just not gonna be able to cast a card. And you need it in play before you cast your Mox too, so just kind of, and like if you need to enable Mox, if you need to cast Mox Amber to enable it, that's a bit of a bummer. Mox Opal to enable it, that's a bit of a bummer. Nice. Maybe I was supposed to cast pieces, but I think keeping Pierce is relevant. What if they combo in some way? Red, is that axe? Yeah. Mind if I ask you a question? Can it ask you a question? I hope you get it, like it's not that hard to get. Maybe it'll stop. I think you can live without the Galvang iteration. Too bad because the other one's on the bottom of my deck, but did you talk about the best card from the set already? Which card? Let's hear some Da Vinci hot take about the best card. Twitter MTG Vinci spoiler. Best card from the new set so far. Grease value is also, oh yeah, it's an insect for greased. Damn. I don't know if it's the best card, but it seems like a solid card. Certainly, it's a very nice disenchant, and like Urza's Saga will get powered up meaningfully. Sounds like a Timur Breach card. I don't know if it's a Timur Breach card, but sounds like a card in general. Sad that it's not fetchable with sound respect. For some definitions of sadness, maybe. Oh, bottom that. I could just attack. I have a shitty list of red weight, 8 GPG, 8 refurbished. I care to look. Not really. I'll link it. I'll take a look. I think I'm doing pretty well in the mirror. Like, people have some meme cards all the time against me. I guess my spell pieces don't look too great always. But I mean, I think often they're pretty good. Maybe third spell piece is a bit much. I haven't seen Cabinet being played since Eldraine, I think. I don't think I've seen Cabinet being played usually. People not have hairs in a
He's a
Phoenix mirror
phenomenal
usually.
control player.
Well, if they play
Good
hairs,
afternoon, Canny.
it's they have it, but I don't have any hairs, so well, I don't have it. I've had the first round opponent play hairs against me, but it was played like on turn 20 and I won with the time box anyways. But like the thing is, thank you for the sub, Nidor. But the thing is that I think the Phoenix deck is not strong enough to cannibalize basically with cyber slots, it feels to me, and it's really the Hearse is not good for anything else. It's Greasefang, but it doesn't matter. You have like one mana removal that kills Greasefang. You don't lose to Greasefang too much. What day is Listopada? Listopad is November. So I think the Phoenix players should just sign a pact of non-aggression against each other and not have the heresies. Of course, we can't make everyone comply with that. Maybe there's gonna be some people who are just gonna break it and gonna have heresies for you, but if it's open deckless, you can then board a braid, which is kind of bad. Can you make a poll on Twitter to see if Phoenix players dropped hairs? No, I don't want to bring attention to the hairs because then some idiots are gonna play it. Not idiots, some like people gonna play it. Nahiri, Bone Crusher, Guardian of Benalia. Wow. Skyclaw Apparition. Has open decklist been confirmed? No, I don't think so. Or maybe it was, but not by me. Invoke Justice Refurbished. So I have 8 reanimations. Let's take a somewhat interesting, I guess. God's Pharaoh's Gift. You return some shitty creatures from the GPG, so you just get 4/4 with no text. Open decklist for Sophia, you mean? Yeah. I don't know if it is open decklist or not. I don't know if this is really all that powerful when all you're getting is random 4/4s with almost no abilities. I have 14 creatures, so I should be able to have some in the graveyard, but it's not a super guarantee. And then Portal to Phyrexia. It's pretty powerful to reanimate. And you can feed off your opponent's graveyard and they will have cards in their graveyard because you made them sacrifice, so that's a bit better. I probably will play more Lightning Axe or removal in general. Seems kinda cool. Also 23 lands and you want to cast 5 mana spells. Riel the Everwise isn't good at Phoenix. I'm going to take a guess and say no. +1/+0 for each instant sorcery card in your graveyard. Whenever you discard one more card for the first time, draw that many cards. Oh, free for 3 mana? Yeah, it's not. It's like a 3-drop needs to survive. Pieces really makes you play instant and sorceries only. You really need to be stringent with. You also don't discard that often. You discard a bit, you know, rarely. But even like post-board already, plenty of times I board down on pieces and this is a keep. No, it's not. It's better. Not sure why that deck is red-white. Well, the white reanimation spells and then red discard outlets. What colors would you like? Mardu? Jeskai? Punish for not leading on hall. It appears we are playing as blue-white control. Oh no, Field of Ruin against Vance's Blasting Cannons. That's overpower. Could be blue-white too, it just doesn't seem like red gives that much. Then you can play Ledger Shatter, which is both a creature for GPG and a discard outlet, maybe. I don't know. It's somewhat viable, but the shitty Faithless Looting, Faithless Mending, Faithful Mending. Why doesn't Phoenix play Faithful Mending? I guess. Because 3 colors, but damn, that would be great. Oh, I was hoping they played the Fairy. Recycle Shark Typhoon. I don't have a good answer. I mean, Fable seems like a pretty good discard outlet to play for a deck like this. Also, ramping seems relevant, so you can hardcast your artifacts occasionally. Like this kind of cleanup, that's awesome for me. Farewell discarded, wow. Okay, okay. Could opt and kill the shark to get a connive. Definitely bottoming that. Actually, let's cast it too. Lol. Graveyard. I think we're gonna discard one of the trespasses. Trespassas. Mm-hmm. Mm. Where puzzles? Where pieces? Basically, the person who made the red-white deck just wants a worse version of Greasefang. Well, I don't think that's what they want, but yeah, that seems like that's what they get. Potentially. What are you casting for those 2 mana? Our foretelling. Sure. Yeah, shock against blue whites. I don't know. Now they're in the range of a whole attack. I assume the card they foretold was either a cancel or a sweeper, right? Because not the draw spell. I attack with Hall now, we trade Halls. That's no good to me. Or worse. Punishes for attacking, the Wandering Emperor. It's a pretty huge punish. Go to 8 life too. Oh, that might lull them into a sense of security. As far as the hole goes. So I think I should attack. Interessante. Not even scrying. Playing Otawara. Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. What reason do I have not to attack them with the hole? Now they played on Otawara? Thoughts on just unloading fire inputs and spike fields. Pays for an extra connive to filter removal there. No, I don't like that. Emperor Champ with token, Shark Typhoon. So March would be punishing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can't really counter my pieces easily. Because if I have a land, that kills them. Just attack, I think they're more likely to have a blocker. I mean, they kept like 5 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, 9, 10, 11. So you can pieces. If piece gets countered, you can play trespass and then attack them. Good Duros. Absorption, sure. I think Spikefield Hazard is good in my hand. Okay, I have 7 lives, so definitely it is. But yeah, they didn't counter the first puzzles because then they would be died to land hole activation. Sure. Phoenix died. I still have 4 mana to kill my hole. I think if I do this, then this, then they kinda need the most stuff to answer that. Like they'll need to march, pitch 2 cards, and then absorb my Spikefield Hazard. That's kinda absurd. But yeah, they're marching seems like. Dobbins V to enter the Exile zone. How many Storm Giants are in the hall? It becomes a giant, not giants. So I guess just one. So why is it called a Hall of the Storm Giants? Do they switch every now and then? It's a hole underwater. It sure looks like. think I want a higher amount of lightning axe than 0, but given I have the Brazil power over it, the amount might be 1. Maybe 61. Or cut a chart. Well, Honor Elves also depicts a single elf, although depends on the version. Could trim a trespass because they have the reaps. Let's trim a trespass. Just I guess the game goes long. Like if I just have one in my deck, it's also gonna be fine to find, right? Well, Birds of Paradise describes, yeah, I don't know. They don't really do that now. They did that in the past though. Those cards are from Alpha, so back then they didn't have. My hand is kind of shit actually. Not sure if it's a keep. Pictures of last night ended up online. I'm screwed. That actually worked. Good bot. Thoughts on Brasiling? No thoughts. I don't know. I would like to get some connives. I don't have any ways to get the connives. My friends are looking for a cyborg guide. Anyone knows a source? Misplaced Ginger has one for sure. If you're willing to entertain the strategic, if you're willing to take strategic advice from a guy who claims that Phoenix and Pioneer is terrible because it's inconsistent, then it's pretty good. I'm getting needed by Buka right now. Do I think the claims is better one than the claim one? Not necessarily, no. Hitting land drops is very important in this matchup. Damn, good thing that they have the Field of Ruin. Well, too bad they have the Field of Ruin to hit my land drops. I would really wish I wouldn't hit my land drop. I should play Phoenix rather than Flash in Brazil. Okay, they could have taken my red. But instead I kill my hall. Makes sense. 8 Field of Ruins bros. I still haven't seen the new Field of Ruin. Is it in the normal set or is it in Commander? Is it the Commander card? Supreme Verdict, nice. Normal set, damn. Maybe you can 8 Field of Ruin is kinda a lot. Maybe you can do stuff with it. Wow, can cast a Drake. Veto. No. Eh. Demolition Field. What if it was called Demolition Cornfield, for example? Something funny like that. To make it like less menacing. These are non-basic land upon control. Start lands control may search library for a basic land card. Put it into the battlefield and shuffle. And that's changed because Field of Ruin. Each player searches the library for a basic land card. Wait, it's each player? That's so weird in Commander. Just everybody got the Rampant Growth because you used it. Lol. Funny. Never thought about it. Tank, Spell Pierce. Oh, they just played it a fairy. That's very nice of them. Nice mana base. Nice pathway on blue, I guess. Could cruise here. Probably should have. Assumed I can, I didn't count. Why don't you play Shivan Reef over the second island? I think Shivan Reef plus Opts is a really toxic combo. And 2 islands versus Field of Ruin seems to come up. Hello, ocean numbers. Ouch. Well, it's actually pretty significantly worse, I think, for that reason in that matchup. I would say. Oh no. Oh shit. Well, they exiled their thing. I guess I can still kill my red. Good thing they don't want to. But maybe they just have absorb. At least use Stone Ray them. Well, we'll see who Stone Rays who, I think. I'm the one suffering here from the Stone Rain. We'll see who Stone Rays who. Fucking rest in peace, bros. This card is so strong. It's overpowered. Should be weaker, I think. Don't really have time to do that. It's a bit odd. Can start blasting on the next turn. Doesn't accomplish super much. Against the Field of Ruin, we won't be able to flip. Hardcast Typhoon. Is that like the best move you can make? Actually, what's in your hand? Might be, honestly, but it's also a chance it's not. That's decent. Well, it's a decent move. Sort of. So anyways, I started blasting. Choose draw, maximize velocity, and still there is this
He's a
creature.
phenomenal control player.
Full set is up, bros. Alright, we're gonna look at the full set after this league. Thank you for the sub, Mac. No numbers. Very based of you to support the Kenny channel. Dispute. huge. Hexproof and indestructible. Yeah, those seem heroic playable. Asteria City Burn, Feldon Press, the Silence into Lauren sends an archer to run. Hope run with her. Solid card. I was last time I was playing heroic, I had a Johnny something. Should have played Hall. I have 2 spell pierces. Yeah, we dispute. Hope they don't play Rest in Peace because that would be tough for me. So not entirely sure if I should be casting cards, but don't know what's the move here. Well, that's nice. That's a target for Hazard. I think I do end of turn, even with the Phoenix in the graveyard. Could play Puzzless. Could also not play Puzzless Bros. I don't know what to do. Are we gonna attack? First. The reason not to attack first is Arclight Sphinx in my graveyard, but that does not seem real. Puzzle Fest to see if we can attack. I mean, of course I can attack. I could play a Shredder. Weak into a Sweeper. Not patient, but what's the like correct patience here? Just again Scry end of turn. Just a Ganjon Typhoon is what I meant. I understand that, but I can attack into those. It's fine. Plays Eastland. good. Yeah, I double pieces now. Yeah, 7 mana, so the deluge is also incoming potentially. Oh, it just resolved. What the heck? Hullbreaker? They have like deluge in the graveyard. I mean, maybe Hullbreaker. Or even cruise over up to send cards in hand. Looks deeper for a card. Yeah, deluge. What? Well, I had a 1 mana up, so they could have not responded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They want to counter pieces? That's weird. They're gonna have, I don't know, like, they have to have something in their 5 cards. I guess a Typhoon. Settle the wreckage. Sure. Settled. Settle the wreckage. Yeah, settle the wreckage, yeah. Fine. Don't know if I want a second one. Probably. I'm excited for the consider UI change. Excited is be saying a lot. I'm merely thrilled. Thrilled is less than excited, bros. For what it's worth. I think they should have probably just deluged themselves. Will I try again tomorrow, canister? Try what? Oh, never 5 league. Okay, we for once. Cool. Settle, question mark. I was going to keep Pyromancer and a Phoenix back, I think. Still, the amount of resolved Vance's blasting cannons remains at 0. But also, we haven't played a matchup for it still. We got a 4-1. It's kind of weird moves from this control opponent. Going to take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Can we have an emote? Sure. No, but now every country people gonna be like, oh yeah, add mind flag too, so I can never use it. But that was the last one. No more countries allowed. Let's go to Scryfall. Let's go Bro There Wars ongoing previews, and we are going to set Bro. Do I need to type is unique or something to not get doubles? Check here. I would like to sort by rarity though. And you can sort by rarity on this.
He's a phenomenal control player.
What's the rarity?
Translating the next verses of Baku is not funny because no one knows them.
Yeah, I actually don't know them either. Scryfall doesn't have all the cards yet. Grinch. Let's look at the ones I have so far. Solid sideboard. Bros, like what reason do you have to believe that I'm not happy right clicking and going otwórz nowej karcie? I'm perfectly happy with that. That's how I want to live my life. Alright, we're gonna rate cards for Pioneer. But we're gonna be brief about some that are pretty shitty. Arcane Proxy, 7 mana. I wouldn't quite say unplayable, but it seems pretty weak. For Pioneer, because instant sorcery, so not non-creature, does not seem particularly playable in Pioneer. We're rating for Pioneer. Awaken the Woods. Create X forest red land creature tokens. Well, that seems not playable for Pioneer. Blade Call Serpent. X6. Serpent. For each UU, draw. For each black, opponent discards. For each RR, +1 and haste and trample. So you can gain trample like 3 times. Nice. So it has trample, 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 haste, haste, haste. This is playable. Like it's an infinite mana. Draw infinite cards. You have to spend blue mana. Doesn't seem playable. I'll say unplayable. Cityscape Leveler. 8. Alright, it's just solid 4 war canisters for Pioneer, as it is an immediate. I mean, it's a current cyborg target, but I think it gets there immediately, and it's pretty based. 8 mana, 8, so tramples a solid body, powerful monster. When you cast, so can be even countered, like when you cast, and whenever it attacks, destroy one non-permanent your opponent controls, and they make a Power Stone. Power Stone's mostly useless. For 8 mana, I kill one thing, but opponent even gets a thing. Sure. And has a nerf 8 on top of that, too. So it seems like a pretty good, upgrade over Meteor Golem, because it's actually pretty grindy. Power Stones are not super useful. Karn turns them off too. Although I guess you can be punished for Power Stones. I guess they're not that useless. You can activate abilities with them. Playable in Modern. In Modern as a card cyborg target. Power Stones add 1 mana, and you can't use the mana to cast non-artifact spells. But you can activate abilities and cast artifacts. So it's not a huge downside. It's pretty minimal downside, feels like. Although your opponent might activate Hive of the Eye Tyrant or something. The new card makes Power Stones, yeah, so I guess you could do stuff with it. That card was really good, impactful for Pioneer, like straight up. X4 with 3 counters for each GG. Okay, that starts at 2/2. When ETBs choose up to 2 other target creatures control for each. Wow, that is cumbersome. If you spend no white mana, you still target 2 creatures you control. So 4 mana, 8, 4 green mana. That doesn't seem particularly good, although it's huge. Is there a chance you want a 4 mana 8 underneath your Karn? Potential counter to future Phantasmal Image in Pioneer. Well, if you want to counter your own Phantasmal Images. I mean, I could see playing this in the Karn sideboard over Esika's Chariot, but I think Esika's Chariot is a little bit like better because it goes wide. No comment review. Da Vinci, you're a little bit cryptic. Colorless for Brave, I guess, yeah. I think it's not the was option, and you can also scale it. 4 mana 8, but it's kind of just vanilla monster. I'm not sure. It's would be kind of hard to fit. Not reviewing the comments of the cards. Oh yeah. Damn, you're right. Actually, that's so right. But can I sort them by rarity? I can't. This is so bad. Maybe Cycles is gonna help. Not really. Lol. Underground River, Lanor Waste, Battlefield Forge, and Brushland, okay. Wait, is it an 8-8 with scales or a 7-7? Well, you get one extra counter. Which one is rarity? This? Awesome, okay, so you search for rarity. So, goodbye, Scryfall. Caluster, you know you could use a keyboard shortcut to shortcut the things you're doing? Yes. I know that. No, it's not that, it's just legendaries. What the fuck? Sort by colors, date, cycles number. No, but where's type? Where's rarity? $1. How useless is this website? They're not numbered per rarity, right? They're numbered alphabetically, it's not even all the cards. Why is it so hard? Alright, can I sort by rarity here? All cards. No option to sort. No comments either. MTG, Goldfish. Brother Swore. No, they didn't have that. Pro tip, if they have a gold set similar rares, you're welcome, thanks. Right, if we just go like this, they're mostly sorted by rarity. Alright, we're gonna do it on Scryfall, no comments. Clay Champions, possible, but I find it unlikely. I think it's like cool, but pretty hard to fit this over your other options in your current sideboard, and I don't think it's a playable card. Just the vanilla monster outside of a current sideboard. Draconic Destiny, enchant creature, 0 out of 5. Giggs, Jogmoth Pretor, 3 mana, 3/3. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to your opponent, you may pay 1 life. If you do, why the fuck is it worded like this, bros? I know it's for commander, but why it's so much pain. It seems hard to justify a creature like this in your deck. It would be like mono black aggro. Red black midrange doesn't really deal combat damage with enough creatures, I think, to justify that. And aggro is still probably hard to justify this over other options.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Although if you get
Right
hit,
in time for set review, big poggers.
if you get a hit with many monsters, it's pretty cool. So I think Gix is pretty unplayable, most likely. Would be surprised if this playable, although people play Shouldered, so who actually knows? This with the second card draw mechanic, the plus the 4/3 that brings free drop that when dice is bonkers. What the heck are you talking about? Is it mono black aggro playing Rankle? Not really. Mono black is not played to begin with right now much. And I don't think they played Rankle against me. Well, maybe worth trying. My intuition says it's not very good. And the Trenches. Glorious Anthem with 6 mana. Hide, I think. I don't think decks in Pioneer are interested in Glorious Anthem much. So probably will see no play. Mishra claimed by Jeeks. Mono White Nyctus now broken. I could see this in Mono White Nyctus, yeah, Mana Sink. I don't know about being broken, but it might be fit in a deck like this. Well, paying 6 and 9 that thing blown is cringe, but it's just upside on your Glorious Anthem. Phyrexian Human Artificer. Whenever you attack, each opponent loses X and you gain X, where X is the number of attacking creatures. If Mishra and a creature named Phyrexian Dragon Engine are attacking, you melt them. So whenever you attack, each opponent loses X and you gain X. So you drain X for the amount of attacking creatures. So it seems kind of terrible. That said, people play Shouldered, so... Oh no, it doesn't. It seems pretty bad. The Dragon Engine is a 3 mana 2/2. It looks like it's supposed to be humongous, but then it's a 2/2. Did you control over a melted creature? What are you talking about? When Phyrexian Dragon Engine enters the battlefield from your graveyard, you may discard your hand if you do draw 3 cards. This is actually decent, so like if you want to play Mishra, you kinda can, because Phyrexian Dragon Engine is not utterly terrible. 3 mana 2/2 Double Strike is a little bit cringe. In a Stomp format. But it's also not literally the worst thing ever, and then if you unnerf it, you can just draw cards. So it enters attacking, so you don't get the attack trigger, but say 9/9. And you choose 3. Discard 2, deal 3. Destroy artifact or planeswalker. Creatures you control gain menace and trample. Creatures you don't control get -1 and -1. Create 2 tapped Power Stone tokens. I can't imagine choosing to create 2 tapped Power Stone tokens often. It should be pretty game winning to attack with this. 12 damage from this itself. 3 damage to face. Then you can give it menace and trample. So I can just like deal so much damage with it. So it should be game ending most of the time. Can kill a blocker. Can sweep up so they can't block as well. The 2 tapped Power Stone tokens looks kind of weird with all those other types, but well, if it attacks, it should attack pretty hard. But let me check again. If Mishra and a creature named Phyrexian Dragon Engine are attacking, it melts attacking, no. Well, it enters the battlefield attacking, but it doesn't attack, so you don't get the attack trigger, but you get the enter the battlefield trigger. So you still get 1 trigger, even in the turn it gets melted, not 2 triggers. As I said, it has to enter the battlefield trigger, but it does not trigger the attacks trigger. So you're supposed to unnerf the thing after you played Mishra for 5 mana. And then you have to attack with both. You know, the Mishra seems kind of medium. This seems kind of medium plus, so this doesn't seem like I wouldn't expect this to be playable, but it's not like the worst thing ever. Should win the game if you put the Mishra on the dragon. Mirror Shield of Argiv. Well, this costs 2 mana. Your opponent can't cast activate abilities. Okay. Select a fairy. Whenever attacks, create soldiers for X number of soldiers. Okay, cool. One with multiverse. We cast a spell for free. Sure, whatever. Basically plays turn 3 Dragon Engine, turn 4 Mishra, turn 5 Unnerve and Meld. Yeah, I mean, it's the idea, but the dragon has to die, etc. And then Mishra has to live. Pretty specific conditions to actually do that, but like, as I said, I don't think it's the worst, but it's probably not like a competitive option for constructed decks. But if you actually play and hit someone with Mishra, then you're gonna probably win. Phyrexian Fleshlight, Menace Lifelink Ward. So it's a 3 mana, 1 black, 3/3 Menace Lifelink, and an option of being a 7 mana, 7/5. This is an option to play like sideboard versus aggro decks? Probably not really that good. Like Menace Lifelink 3/3, that probably exists already, something of this level. So I rule this as not very playable in Pioneer. Never better than Trespasser, right? Well, it can be better than Trespasser against, like, it's probably better than Trespasser against Mono White, but barely. Maybe not. It's probably not even better in that matchup in general on average because of Ward. So I rule this as not very playable. The upside being the 7 mana option to cast a 7/5, but that doesn't seem super. Worse than Kaltas, I think. Also differently costed, but I would be surprised if Flesh Gorger fits into decks. If you control 2 or more other creatures, draw a card. 5 mana, create 1/1 soldier, artifact, nerf 4 mana. Hear that thought clank, we're saved. Yeah, that's how people speak. Actually, that is how people speak. This does not seem enticing in any way. Portal to Phyrexian, 9 mana, ETB, Japan, sacrifice 3 creatures at the beginning of your upkeep, put red creature card from a graveyard on the battlefield, and it is a Phyrexian now. This is really expensive, but it's also really powerful, so I guess there is some allure to that, either as a Nyctos current target, although I'll be surprised if it actually fits into the good lists, and I would also be like surprised if it pops up in many other places, but like if you play it as a creature deck, you probably should win. If it sticks, even if it doesn't stick, you get good value. Goblin Welder loves this. Yeah, sure. But this seems minimal impact for Pioneer. I think it doesn't really fit into Mono Green's sideboard too well, although some people will probably play it. House Fires with new sets? Well, let's see. Cards like Rootwire Amalgam seem kind of nice for... This is a Keruga card, right? You can... For 5 mana, you have a 5/5. Well, you have a 5/5 with an ability to sacrifice it to create a 15/15. Well, so it is kind of a fire card, and it's also a 2/3 creature. So technically it is a fire card. Fire card / Keruga card, a possible one. I don't think it's particularly good, but it is an option. And with fires, you can use mana sinks, and hasty 15/15 is pretty large, so that seems like not nothing. Like, I would at least consider playing it. I like the prototype mechanic. Yes. No, I'm indifferent towards it. And if you play the small one, you can later on make a hasty 6/6 for 5 mana. Also not nothing. Not super, but not nothing. And a 2/3 blocks, doesn't die to stomp. Just sits there, blocks Fable tokens, blocks the 2/1 humans. Yeah, I mean, I give it 2 WoW canisters. Saheeli Filigree Master. +1 scry when you may tap an artifact if you do draw a card. -2 make 2 Thopters. We're flying, they gain haste. -4, get an Embalm. It's not too bad of a planeswalker. You can minus, make the Thopters, and then you can tap your Thopter to draw a card and to scry 1 draw card. It's probably not the best planeswalker either, but I think it's not the worst. You can ult her on the next time, but the ult is, you know, it's just an ability. And then you sacrifice your planeswalker, right? So it's not like, you know, it's not like a planeswalker ult is inherently poggers. It's just poggers if it actually is poggers. The ult makes copies good. Yeah. I would need some kind of an artifact themed deck for Saheeli to be good. Seems like a fine planeswalker. I don't necessarily know where she fits, though. Maybe never. Yeah, I would not play 4 mana Saheeli ult. Although, you know, that's different. Sarim Great Worm, 6 mana 7/6. When a land enters, create that Power Stone. Unplayable. Skitter Beam Battalion. 9 mana 4/4. If you cast, create 2 copies. So 12 power haste for 5 mana 6 power haste. Seems unplayable. Teferi Temporal Pilgrim. Whenever you draw, put a loyalty counter on Teferi. 0 draw, -2 create spirit that grows when you draw. -12, target opponent chooses a permanent they control. Returns to hand, and then they shuffle the rest of their permanents into their deck. That worm triggers from lands from either player, right? That is very right, yeah. The token is beat down pretty hard. I think it is maybe worth trying it in the sideboard of Phoenix, but it's a 5 mana card, so I don't have super high hopes. Phoenix with cruises opts, you can draw a lot, and if you make the 2/2, if you like are actually able to make the 2/2s, then they quickly become 5/5s and larger. So that seems kind of okay. I give it 2 WoW canisters. Maybe in the blue black Narset Shell. Yeah, maybe. It's probably looks better than Ashok. Probably. Because it draws cards. Titania, Gay. No, Voice of Gay. 3 mana reach. Whenever one or more lands that are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you gain 2 life. Okay. Probably just make tokens every turn in Phoenix, yeah. Beginning of upkeep, if there are 4 or more land cards in your graveyards, and you have
6
Argov, you
months
can
of
learn.
misery.
6 months of misery. Yeah, I hope it was terrible. Hope it was terrible the entire time. It can melt her with into a big Gaia. But it's just kind of weak, right? It doesn't do anything. Like if you gain some life. 3 mana free for each, you gain life. Does not seem Pioneer playable. The land has pretty low opportunity cost, although not the lowest. Not legendary, by the way.
He's a phenomenal control player.
32 months of misery frown.
Frown. Create a bird and mill 3 cards. Activate only as a sorcery. Yeah, the land is pretty decent, although it was gonna enter the battlefield, but I would be surprised if Titania is playable. The melt mythics seem real bad. Yeah, like I think it's almost impossible to like design a mailed card that's meant for competitive play, and that's kind of fine because you like really want it to be super like impressive on the backside, super powerful, but then also kind of need to make it a game piece, right, where it's still beatable. So you just kind of do big stuff and it's for casual gaming. Ursa, artifact instant sorceries because cost 1 to less, sure. This is like 3 mana 2/4 cost reducing is not absolutely terrible. And the Milestone and Weakstone, it's kinda acceptable, not really. 5 mana Dismember or 5 mana draw 2. Then you have the big Ursa. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Urza is like playable in Pioneer. Urza Silex. 2 white exile Silex. Each player chooses 6 lands they control, destroy all their permanents, activate only as a sorcery. So white activation cost doesn't fit into mono green because of that. No, and I don't think mono green would really like it anyways. Think Urza with Power Stones in his eyes will never get all to me, sure. What about Ashnod for Pioneer? Whenever Ashnod attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, create tapped Power Stone. Token Death Touch. 5 mana extra creature card from your graveyard. Create a free zombie artifact creature token. That's a quite sizable token. Titania might see play since the land seems playable. Yeah, but Titania herself doesn't really. I think. It's good for the Joda deck at least. Because legendary human for 1 mana. 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch is good stat line, like acceptable stat line. But you kinda need to have a plan for what exactly you do with this card. The Power Stones, you kinda need a use for them. Of course, Ashnod has the built-in activate ability, mana sink ability to use them. And you even sacrifice a creature to then rebuild them as zombies. This is like 2 woke canisters, maybe 3 woke canisters for Pioneer. It's like kinda seems plausible to play it, but I don't think I would be super excited to try it in any existing shell so far. Citadel is the obvious one, I think. This in Citadel? Or just sacrifice, yeah. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Autonomous Assembler. Prototype. How do you get value out of Power Stones? You tap them for mana and you spend that mana on something, so you need artifacts to cast or abilities to activate. Ashnod has an activate ability. Autonomous Assembler, 5 mana prototype. Vigilance, put a counter on target assembly worker control. Meme card. Although this is a Keruga card, 5 mana 2/2 Vigilance. No. Can use them for manlands, you can sacrifice them Voltage Surge, you can sacrifice them in general. You can channel your Takenuma with it. Brotherhood Sand is awesome. Great card. 3 mana, choose one. 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Nice upside to deal 2 damage to each planeswalker. Compared to other sweepers. And then destroy all artifacts with mana value 3 or less. That is, I think, a great sweeper for Phoenix. I think the sweepers are pretty good for the deck, but I would also you'd also can just kill Hairs with it, so you have more answers to Hairs, the hate card that poses trouble. So that's pretty base. Drafna, founder of Latinam. This is some bullshit. Fate from history. Each player who controls an artifact or enchantment creates a 2/2 green bird token. Then destroy all artifacts and enchantments. This is cheap, right? For a sweep all artifacts and enchantments effect. Gives my opponent a bear. It can also give you a bear if you had something like useless, like a power stone. Or a blood token. So this seems interesting. Not unplayable. 4 mana to sweep. Pretty specific sweeper. You would need to target specific decks with that, but like it seems like a plausibly okay card against Hammer, for example. Modern. It's 4 mana, so probably not, but it's an option. But also sometimes just destroying all artifacts and enchantments. That's a lot of stuff. So this card seems okay to me, although I don't know if it's gonna be played. Or where. Well, in the sideboards. But I think it depends. If there is need for it, it's gonna be played. Fateful Handoff. 4 mana sorcery. Draw cards equal. Draw cards equal to mana value of target artifact or creature you control, and opponent gains control of that permanent. Chad, is Ashnod Mishra's wife? Get the Silex to Urza at any cost. Tell him to fill it with memories of the land. Sure, well put. And Tonos is like, what the fuck is she talking about? Whatever. Snapshot good or bad? I think she is Mishra affiliated. Maybe she's Mishra's wife, I'm not sure. But she's sending off the Silex to Urza. So that Urza can nuke the world, so clearly an evil character. Guess who would want to nuke the world? A rumored lover, not wife, okay. A red woman. Funny name. Feldon, random, excavator, 1 black haze, can't block. When stealth damage excel that many cards is one of them. It's a pretty okay. 2/2 haste, man. Like if you played in Pioneer, you played in some mono red deck. It has like 2/2 haste dice effect against red removal. But nothing to be too excited about. Geology enthusiast. What a name, good name. Geology enthusiast. Okay, Power Stone, Drake can put a counter on Geology enthusiast, sure, whatever. Grexian Puppeteer. 4 mana for free. When you draw your second card each turn, your opponent gets sacked twice. And when it dies, return target card, creature card mana value 3 or less from the battlefield. To some, Desecration. To Gix, Decoration. Damn. Literal Pilates Shredder. Well, it has more text and it's not random. They're not rocks, they're minerals. True. I mean, this seems like a value card. It might be, like, I guess they play Shouldred, so I don't see why they wouldn't play Gixian Puppeteer and actually produces value when it dies. In red-black. And it's a free drop theme deck, so you can return, well, only creature cards. You don't want to always have one, but seems like a potentially not utterly unplayable value card for red-black, but honestly, it probably is worse than Shouldred. It's kind of weird to have this on a black card when you draw a second card each turn. Jix's Command. For Pioneer. For a 5-mana small sweeper, or you return 2 creature cards from the graveyard. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. So it can be small sweeper and kill Adeline too, that's 5 mana, or it can give lifelink, 2 counters, and return 2 monsters. I don't know. It's probably like standard maybe, but not Pioneer. Will you rate commands from bad to worse to from bad to worse? Oh, I see you're not a fan of the commands. Gwenna, Eyes of Gay. 3 mana at 2 mana, yeah, whatever. Hajar. 2 mana 3/3, Watch Wolf, sack, indestructible until end of turn, +1/+0. Great card for Bard's Class, which is a deck, I promise. Hall of Taxine. Filterland. I need to pay an extra mana. Great at Power Stone. Yeah, seems. I mean, it's a colorless land that can make Power Stones. That doesn't seem like a super effect. Probably hard to actually fit in a deck. Harbin Vanguard Aviator. Blue-white 3/2. It actually seems like an insane 2-drop, kinda, sort of. I don't know if it's insane. I guess a 3/2 flyer. It decently stat 2-drop. I don't know if mono white would it play it if it was white, for example. And as blue-white, I think cards like this don't exist in Pioneer until the Fastland. Hostile Negotiation. Exile top 3 cards in your deck. Then exile the next top 3 cards in another face-down pile. Look at the cards in each pile. Then turn a pile of your choice face up. What if you were to exile 3 Luke and then exile 3 and Luke? You would break the rules and you would have to be disqualified. Opponent choose one of the piles. It's 4 mana, draw 3, instant, you lose 3. It's draw 3. Wait, is it better or worse than draw 3? So new blue-white soldier land, a lot of good humans are soldiers. Sure, but still there is no Seacrom Coast. I think with Seacrom Coast we can revisit. Although maybe the tribal land is enough. Is Thalia a soldier? Thalia is a soldier, right? So is Lumina Gasprand. Adeline. Yeah, opponent only sees 1 pile, so is it better or worse than Adeline is not a soldier? And what is she? What Cathars are soldiers? Knight, okay. Both Draft and Meticulous Excavation go in front of Nyx, Lotus, and Manifold Key. Maybe there is space to brew in Pioneer. What do you think, Miss Streamer? Sure, do it. I don't know what's Draft now. And Meticulous Excavation. It's better than Factor Faction, minimum 3 cards. Well, you lose free life too. They choose the face down piles, exactly draw 3. If they choose the other ones because the pile's worse than random cards. Yeah, true. Don't understand why was that link so hard into the Pilestone thing. Well, they have to make the sets about something, so I don't know. It seems to make sense. They wanted to make big mechs. I didn't know Urza and Mishra's war was associated with big mechs, but since they decided this, you also need to custom and limit it. Makes sense. What if you make a great pile in face down and a bad pile face up? They will just give you the shit cards. Yeah, it's just... That's worse than draw 3 for the most part. This is a drawback compared to draw 3. Although, like, milling over the cards is good, but, like, the quality of cards you get is on average worse than draw 3. Not unplayable, I think, but 3 Vidas is a high cost. House is a story spotlight. It's hostile negotiation between Urza and Mishra done with TIE fighters. Seems like Thopters. This card reminds me of Atris. What's Atris? Hurkil has swords. Do you think Hurkil is playable? I don't think so. Hurkil's Final Meditation, 7 mana, I'm not reading. Kyla's Command, 3 mana. Create Construct, give double strike at sorcerer speed, Lamau. Search for planes, you gain 2 life and scry 2. Jesus, that's so bad. Kyla's Reconstruction, X, white, look at the top 7. Put X artifacts in a creature with mana value 3 or less, rest on the bottom. So it's like a company, but you can adjust, but it's 4-5 mana as a company. You can like X7 put top 7 cards from your deck into play. Yeah, doesn't strike a chord. So 5 mana sorcerer speed cocottes in mana thing, yeah. Well, I don't think it looks super for Pioneer. Legions to Ashes. Exile target non-permanent and opponent controls and all tokens the player controls with the same name as that permanent. Okay. For the love of the 7 brass gods, it's a city of academics. How are they doing this? Yeah. Liberator, Urza's Battle, Thopter, flash flying, and you can flash artifacts, 1-2, and it grows whenever you cast something more expensive than the cost. How big can it grow? It doesn't seem like it can reasonably grow past 3 power. Seems kinda weak. Lore on the third path, 3 mana, legendary human artificer. Destroy artifact or enchantment. You enter upon each direct card, vigilance 2-1. Rexage plus, legendary human 2. Solid card. Definitely playable. If red or white artifact source you control deal damage to an opponent, then you deal damage. Well, no shit. Misery's Shadow. Somebody brought a good point. This is a 2-drop for mono black. That is pretty decent against mono green. Because it just lets you spend your removal normally on the Cavaliers and others and trolls. And it's also, yeah, pretty hard to block. It hits pretty hard, so it's like 1 mana and like not even black mana, so you can use all of your lands. So it's actually decently powerful. I laughed at the first mention of this card, but this seems like a potentially playable card. Oh yeah, the Power Stones. Mono black with Shadow and Gix. Question mark, question mark. Well, Gix seems mid, but this seems okay. This in red black too. Like in red black is also you get the removal that helps you exile. Can exile Phoenix too. Can be resistant against red removal. Like it can be stomped on 2 mana, but if you play it later, it can be stomped. Gix looks like decent free drop, kinda, but also I'm not sure if you can realistically make the case for playing Gix over a Graveyard Trespasser. Like, I don't know, I would need to be convinced. But Mystery Shadow seems kinda based. Kinda potent. Also, red black just wants 2 drops, and this has to be better than Tenacious Underdog too. Yeah, it for sure is better than Tenacious Underdog. And like Kalatas is the best thing against red green because you can just start killing their things, and now it's 2 mana. Damn, that's so good. So people say, "Oh, this set will finally get card banned because mono green will be so pumped," but in reality, this card is, you know, destroys mono green. Defined better than Underdog and Where. Well, in Pioneer. You didn't play a Shadow over Underdog in red black. Well, in that case, you'll need to reevaluate, I guess, once it's released, because you will find out that you were wrong. Mishra's command. This. I read this. It doesn't do anything. I read this earlier. Mishra, Timer of Makfawa. I think it would be funny if it was Mishra, Tamer of Fuck Mawa. Just like written F-A-K. So I would just find that humorous. But I assume Makfawa is the dragon that he tamed with the weak zone. Permanents you control have ward sacrifice a permanent. This is a very real ability, and also just everything you control has the ability. That's kind of nice. Sacrifice a permanent, really solid. Actually, I don't know. Probably ward discard a card is better in the late game than sacrifice a permanent at some point. This is a 5-drop too, so probably ward sacrifice a permanent is worse than ward discard a card, TBH, but. And each artifact card in your graveyard has a nerf free. And there's some powerful ones to be nerfed. So you can like nerf Portal to Phyrexia, stuff like that. It's probably not very playable. But it also doesn't look the least playable ever. Over the top, 7 mana, each player reveals a number of cards from the top of their library. Puts all permanent cards revealed and puts the rest in the graveyard. Okay, whatever. Perennial Behemoth, 5 mana, 2/7. With a nerf, GG. Sure. 2/7 for 5 mana Crucible seems bad. Queen Baila Binkrog. Do I have to read this? Doesn't seem
He's
good.
a phenomenal control player.
Thank you, Dragon the numbers. Dragon 7 even. Flash Dog Soldier. 2 mana, can't block 3/1 for 6 mana, return from a counter. Costs 4 less to activate, opponent controls 4 or more non-basic lands. Pretty easy requirement to meet in Pioneer. Seems overall probably worse than Scrapheap Scrounger, generally speaking. But if you want 8 Scrapheap Scroungers, now we could. Siege Veteran. Beginning of combat, put a counter on target creature you control, and whenever another soldier you control dies, create a token soldier. This doesn't seem the worst ever, but hard to argue it again over other free drops. Skystrike Officer, 3 mana, 2/3. When attacks, make a soldier, draw 3 soldiers, draw a card. This also seems not the worst ever, but also hard to put in a deck. 3 mana, 2/1, put 2 counters on target creature controls. It's a 4/3 for 3 mana Vaner, and you can also put the counter somewhere else if you want to. Interesting aggro card. Probably a bit weak. Just stats, but also a bit of recursion. Yeah, great for scales, insane in scales. Soul Partition is an interestingly looking bounce spell. I think it could be playable in decks like Mono White, but you just have to know that's a bounce spell, not really a removal spell, so you need to be aiming to win the game at some points quickly and not fuck around forever. Fragment Reality and Soul Partition look like it have the same art to me. Okay. Looks pretty similar, yeah. Certainly happened to me before. Steel Seraph, 3 mana, 3/3 prototype. Grand Skewers, whatever. Green mana, 1/1 Death Touch as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. Worm? The Thieving Wormlet. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under control, you gain 1 life. If this is the first time this ability has resolved, put a counter. Wow, perfect for my scale deck. Let's get big with Cat Oven. So yeah, it is capped but 1 per turn, so I don't think that's good enough with being capped. Well, twice per turn if you like your turn and your opponent's turn, but seems kinda scuffed. Theresian Mindbreaker, Juggernaut, Mills half deck. Wow, throw Ballista, 7 mana menace. When attacks, you may sacrifice another creature and to kill something. Wow. The Stasis Coffin. This card, I think, is not gonna be playable because 3 mana, 2 tap, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. Just costs too much mana to actually be playable as a current target. It's like 5 mana for a fog. The fog doesn't protect your planeswalker, so you kinda end up where you started often. The Stone Brain, Cranial Extraction as an artifact seems pretty powerful. I think if it could protect planeswalkers, it would be dope. I think it still would be. It's like costed. It's expensive. It's too expensive, I think, still. But as is, it's also like super terrible, I think. Would be better if it would protect planeswalkers too, of course. Stone Brainlet, 2 mana tap, exile cards. This could be used as a win con in mono green, so it could actually be used in decks in situations where you can just cut your Reckoner Bankbuster instead of the Brain. Instead, you can play the Brain, and then you have the Brain. There is a chance you could cut maybe God Pharaoh statue, maybe Dumping Sphere. Having access to the Stone Brain, it kind of largely covers a similar ground to those cards. It's definitely something to consider. I'm not sure if I would do that, but I think there is at least an option. Lotus Field does not necessarily fall to one effect, but and the statue is still good at making sure that when you are ahead, you stay ahead. But Stonebrain, I think, should be in the most current sideboards.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I can't wait for people to confuse the Stone Brain from the Brain Stone.
It's funny that there is Brainstone and Stone Brain. And both have an activate ability, so you can both needle both. Hey Canny and chat, how did the cannons look out of the board today? I haven't get to play them. I only reviewed them from Pieces and Mist, so they looked bad. But I still haven't played against Red Black with them. A Temporal Archer, that's unplayable. Just skip it. Franz Spider. 3 mana. At EB, you enter your opponent each create a tapped person token. 7 mana activate ability. To draw a card. Seems kinda weak, although if your opponent can't use the persons, then you can, then you get advantages. But yeah, I mostly just haven't played against Red Black or haven't drawn the card. It's a bit slow for sure. Titania's Command, 6 mana. Seems solid, but I'm not reading that. 4 mana, 4/3 legendary, doesn't matter. Tokashia's welcome. Is Tokashia a place or a person? Your father was a dear friend to whom I owe much. He wanted me to look after you, to care for you should something happen to him. It's a feeling, okay. When one or more creatures with mana value 3 or less, draw a card, triggers only once each turn. Sure. It's interesting if you can produce creatures at instant speed, maybe. Oh, this is Tokashia. I think. Well, sorry, Spotlight rules got changed. Maquinsas got changed by a lot. Visions of Phyrexia. This is another Outpost Siege. But if you didn't play the card, you exile a tapped. You create a tapped Power Stone token. I don't think a Power Stone token does anything for Phoenix. Urza's Command. Instant create tapped constructs, grow and draw. I assume this kinda sucks. Can activate Hall, yeah. You're right, DQBear. This is very true. I was also wondering about why Tokashia is sitting at the side and they seem to be greeting each other, and Tokashia is like, yeah, I wish they would say hi to me. 6 mana, 4/5 dragon base, 4 mana, 2/3 Urza based. Woodcaller Automaton. If you cast it, untap target land you control becomes a 3-folk. So it's probably potential current target, but it's probably not really a card you can afford to play in your current wishboard because it's useful in a pretty narrow selection of scenarios, and you need to have 6 mana, Karn, Wish, untap Nykthos, have Devotion to benefit from that, do stuff. So probably not really a great card to play in your current wishboard. Rather, it would be fine if you could have it like 100 cards wishboard, that sometimes it would come up, but I think it's gonna come up a bit rarely. Yeah, I understand it gives 2 Devotion too, but the land doesn't have haste. It becomes a 3-folk creature with haste and base power and toughness. I suggest you read the card more closely. Ally Animus, green mana, 3 mana, non-creature artifact you control becomes a 4/4. This is like relatively decent, but probably not constructed. This I'm not reading, but seems probably bad, hopefully. Audacity, +2/+0 and trample. When puts no graveyard, draw a card. Wow. Calamity's Wake. Exile all graveyards. Players can cast. Exile. Cool. Seems shit. Although I guess it is a hate card. But is it a Phoenix hate card? Sort of, not really. I think it is on sorcery, 1-time exile. It's kind of poor against Phoenix. Even the even if the can't cast spells is somewhat okay. But Living End hate. Sure, but like nothing groundbreaking, right? Like works against both parts of Living End, but still like you only need to stop one. Doesn't really matter. Maybe a well, let's say silence, I guess. Stops. Silence is legal in modern, doesn't see play. Yeah, we're talking about Pioneer. People sometimes play silence in Pioneer. Also, somebody asked what happens if you blink the automaton. The answer is you get an 8/8, but if it ETBs, if you cast it, you do the trigger, so you don't. I guess silence is playing the sideboard occasionally versus Cascade, yeah. So second Field of Ruin. I think it is interesting to think about building a like 8 Field of Ruin deck, kinda, because nobody has many basics except for mono green. I guess they do. There is decks where it's gonna be a bad strat, but it's probably a pretty bad card. Pretty bad strat, but now you can do it. Dreams of Steel and Oil. Chat, you ever dreamed of steel or oil? I understand it's an EDH friendly Field of Ruin, but you can play like the result is that you can play 8 now. This is blue black 2/3 ETB, draw, discard. Interesting card. I think it's a plausible 2-drop to play if you were to play blue-black midrange. But there's like a few more problems with blue-black midrange in Pioneer. But 2/3 loot ETB can be a 3/3 menace attacker. It seems okay, but so much worse than Shredder, right? Sure, I mean, I would play 8 2-drops in a deck like this. Good for Esper Greasefang, I agree, yeah. Good for Greasefang. Seems pretty interesting for an uncommon. Pretty solid. Big butts. Free power attacker potentially. Menace. I think pretty good for a 2-drop. It's like a Blood Type Harvester, right? Blood Type Harvester also loots just later. And look how excited people are to play Blood Type Harvester. Flow of Knowledge. Draw a card for each island and discard 2 cards. Imagine if you have 100 islands, you're gonna draw 100 cards. That's a lot. Focus your mind. Do you hold a piece of the ocean or 1,000 drops of rain? What the heck are you talking about? Forging the Anchor. Look at top 5. Any number of artifacts go to hand, rest on the bottom. Cool. Haywire Might. This card is pretty great, I think. Both for Karn Wishboard. 2 mana, gain 2 disenchant. Solid. And also Saga target in Modern. Disenchant from the Saga. Seems pretty great to me. It's even Exiles. Wow. How many topics does Harvester need before people realize it's the problem? Yeah. Dancer's Caldra, yeah, even Dancer's Caldra, pretty great card. Honestly. Insect for Grease was mentioned in the stream earlier. It's probably not super relevant, but maybe if Yawgmoth plays 1 copy of that, then it is relevant, I guess. Hero of the Dunes. Something, whatever. Lay down arms. Yeah, one of the like looks pretty great, yeah. Lay down arms, white sorcery, exile target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of planes you control. Its control gains 3 life. If you play literally mono white devotion, pioneer, mana value. It's kinda okay. Not sure. Maybe better options. Mass production, 6 mana, create 4 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature tokens. 4 tokens for 6 mana. That feels weak. Feels kinda weak, doesn't it? Low output. 4? I guess maybe 4 is okay. Mask of the Jade Crafter. Artifact, sacrifice, make a golem. I have to pay the mana, seems pretty shit. Obliterating Bolt, Lava Coil. Out competed by Lava Coil that hits Planeswalkers. Not like Lava Coil was a super played card and it's a sorcery, but it is a playable card. This card also I liked. Mishra's Research Desk. 1 tap, sack. Exile top 2, choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. And to your next turn, so you have plenty of time to play the card. And it also has a nerf, so it's a divination that you can get with Urza's Saga. Which I think is awesome. It opens up some nice options for Urza's Saga in Modern. Now you can get a disenchant, like a fully functional disenchant, a fully functional divination with it, which I think is pretty great. Because it used to be that all the Saga targets were kind of copium. The like generalistic Saga targets were kind of copium, and the non-combo decks like non-hammer, non-amulet. Better than Brainstone. Well, Brainstone is just draw 1. This is draw 2. Artifact think twice, yeah. I guess it is Artifact win twice. Not bad in an Anvil deck. Potentially playable in an Anvil deck, yeah. Not against that. Anything else? Anything I missed? Third Path Iconoclast. Upgrade over Young Pyro. Nice, from the third path. I wanted to say that the art feels squished a little bit, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's not squished. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. But makes colorless tokens might be better than Pyromancer. Pyromancer, right? Brave the Elements, for example, comes to mind. It's a Pyro that gets hit by raining volleys, so not great in that regard. Sure, I guess it's like still kind of randomly close between those two. In Phoenix. And then there's also the Sweeper, 2 mana. Sacrifice a creature, search your deck for a card. I think it's medium, probably. But maybe it's gonna be okay. And there was also the combat trick that somebody linked, which seems decent. The white combat trick, Lawrence Escape, which seems pretty good for heroic. Hexproof and Indestructible. It was missing a hexproof target. Isn't Pyromancer triggered only by its own sorceries? It is, yeah. What do I think of Brotherswood's End? I think it's great for Phoenix. Like better sweeper than the previously available ones, and incidental Hair's answers, pretty nice. Remember, students, if it's glowing, humming, or whirring, don't touch it. Sure. Free life, wow. Put 2 counters, wow. Wow, literally doesn't exist. So yeah, this seems okay. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is very good. This is decent. This is not decent. This is okay. This is whatever. This is, I think, pretty good. This is heroic. It's maybe decent, but probably not. It's maybe decent, but extremely whatever. It's a decent sideboard card. I think it doesn't target stuff. Doesn't have stuff to target Pioneer yet, but if it ever has, it's gonna punish them pretty hard. This is extremely based. The Fairy, I think it's probably not super, but it's okay. Rootware Amalgam, maybe a Keruga card, just by being a 2-drop. That is not a 2-drop. And then being a decent card to cast over fires, but probably Copium. Seascape Leveler, great current targets. Stonebrain, we missed. So I think those were the most of the Pioneer playable cards in this. It's quite a lot, yeah. So we can play with red, black, or with Phoenix again. Stonebrain rating 1 minus 10. It's good. Up to 4 cards is interesting. Why? So it doesn't excel all the basics. You could say forest, and then the opponent has no forest in their deck. Play red, black to see if you lose to Vance. Is Sarin Stealthseeker too slow? Very good question. I haven't seen this card. It's probably kinda weak, draws lands, otherwise can mill an artifact. Kinda interesting, but you can draw, you can gain card advantage with it, but only in form of lands, so. Seems kinda low power level 2 mana, 1/2. Doesn't impact the board much with the stats. Snake Eater. Feels like Phoenix won a poll, unsurprisingly. I think I still want to play 2 Vances because I want to draw them, but I also wanted to play with Saheeli, the Planeswalker from War of the Spark. No, you have to play with 2 Vances because I want to get games with them. How's Keruga Fires treating you? Treating me decently, I guess. I don't have confidence that it's not a meme deck, but it seems like not the worst ever. Where do Vances come in and grindy matchups? Bros, I got an email, info about Sofia and decklist from Legacy Tour European. A Legacy European Championship events will be run with open decklist. You'll be able to reference your opponent's decklist before the match and for an altered time period as well during sideboarding. Okay, So it is open deckless. What's average record of Karuga? I don't know. I think I played 3 leagues for one price. Maybe 3-2 once. I haven't played against Red Black once though. I have not played against Red Black on Modo at all lately. Put opt back. The league split has been ultra hostile for versus Red Black for the past couple of weeks. Sure. Maybe it's that. Been doing okay with Celestial Angels recently. I congratulate you on your success. And I hope you continue living your life beautifully. Don't have Karen, bro. Don't go Karen Crypt, please. My only thing I am asking you from about. Do you think open deckless rewards or punishes mono green more so? I think it punishes it. Punishes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess you like don't get to be too picky. You see a hand, you keep the hand, you play the hand. Nick does 5 mana available. The opponents are also forced to move more. Well, they're not forced to move more, they get to move more, right? They're only going to mulligan more if it's beneficial for them. Okay, not interested in the Nyctos mana, it seems. They're not forced, right? It's not like Dreadlock is forced to mulligan, it's only going, like... Not forced. Weird word to use. Well, you see them moving more as a whole, but it doesn't matter. Like, your win rate is... Like, your win rate versus a hand that they would mull is probably higher than versus the hand they're gonna keep on, even if it's like less cards, right? So you don't actually gain advantage anyway from that. I think we might get a bit shreked here. You're saying that moving more automatically and exclusively improves their win. Well, it improves, yes. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. They took second Nick to send and tap the forest. They had 10 for flashback. Sure. For the second flashback, they flashbacked already. Will I be streaming this weekend? I will, yes. Also have the same info and you can keep hands without elf versus black red things, for example. Yeah, that's true. I think like not having an elf, but like having 4 lands, no elf, and it haven is like super good. They have a Carnal in hand, they have plenty of devotion, we are kinda screwed. How much is going to send elf at +1 carrot in open deck list? Interesting. Certainly interesting. Maybe. Unconventional, but... Can I auto-war anything? No, I can't. They have Carnot on the next turn. Alright, don't beat the Carnot. What I cut last time? I cut a cruise and 8 pieces and I actually didn't love that. I also cut the axes. I would like the chart maybe. Read this. Register 2 Caryatids and the software Percy versus Red Black with 4 Lilianas. Is that even bad for you? We're not really conniving, so I think this is a mole. We have a turn to 2-drop, which is solid, but kinda not much. No answer to the elf. That's mole, I think. It's much better. Keep, put back, opt. Yeah, I think playing free hazard versus mono green really nice. I mean, I'm playing 2, but playing 3 would be really nice. I mean, lol. Ah, so lucky to have a play. What about Greasefang? I think that's impacted by open decklist quite a bit. In what direction? I don't think Greasefang is a super deck. Don't like it much. I think it impacts it negatively. So you think Greasefang is weaker? Sure. Not sure if I should have casted Consider. Yeah, I mean, Greasefang's kinda weaker, yeah, that's true. Why is Francis blasting constant title? Because it's based. I mean, I'm playing it, I don't know. I have it in my sideboard. I'm trying to play against red black and try out the card, but I don't play against red black much. I could cast the troll to make Nykthos bad. Gas is powerful. I mean, I could take Gas Pierce, attack the Koyora. TBH. No trash things. I could play Karn and punish me, my Phoenixes. No, I'll kill the Kiora. If we connive a spell. Wait, no, that was actually not a good one to discard. I don't know. Maybe it was. No, it wasn't. I don't know what I should have done here exactly. They play Carnold, crypt me. I'm in an awkward spot now. But I can attack the Karn and it's kind of fine. The Shredder beats them. Yeah, I had the thought of discarding Trespass, but then I didn't. Because I was like, yeah, no, Trespass is good on next turn, but actually isn't. It's kind of random discard. But also our decision. Put Nykthos into hand, sure, bro. And play what? Troll? Another Kiora. Okay, oh no, I'm hacking conniving, bros. Alright, worked out. We trespassed. Alright, looking for a interaction, an opening hand, and a 2-drop on turn 2. Let's go. I see no interaction, no 2-drop. I'll move. I see 2 drops, but no interaction. Do you think Mono Green Devotion would be a good deck in the format if Ragavan was legal? Discuss. Turn 2 Kiora, a bit tough to face. Yes. Thank you for partaking in the discussion. Could play Cavalier, of course, would be tough. Or if they have the nuts, then too bad. Not good. Not good. They had no Nykthos at least. Nykthos, Nykthos Monka S, Nykthos Monka S, Nykthos Monka S, Nykthos Monka S. Encounter mana 8, 9, 10. So they can get Spell Pierce on the Storm if they just cast a Storm. Bridge tomorrow on Modern and Vintage. I will not double queue a blue deck in Vintage with a blue deck in Modern. So I think I'll continue playing my favorite Bazaar deck in Vintage, as it's also good for our double queuing. So I'm sorry, Da Vinci, somebody else needs to satisfy your needs for blue decks in Vintage. Might play Breach in Modern out of curiosity. How good is Hex Trinket? It's just the best mana sink for Cradle, yeah. It's pretty good. It's not super, but it's okay. I think this game is going to be tough, bros. Risen Reef, advantage. For sure, very good. Bros, Nykthos is unfair. Just adds so much mana. And Cavalier of Thorns is unfair. Has so much toughness, can't kill. Very few fair cards in the format, TBH. Cards the issue. Sure. Seems like my opponent has forced my Spell Pierce playing around it. I mean, it's like Chariot is fine. So I don't think we're spell piercing anybody anymore. You have won this battle, bro. I took the walk to Poland. Looks Nukiora, okay. Sure. Cradle is good. It is good. That does seem annihilated though. Bro, this song is unlistenable. Like the vocal style, the vocal style of the guy, it's a bit too much for me. What do I think is the reason to play Phoenix and Pioneer at the moment? Well, it's a powerful deck. Powerful cards. Powerful game plan. Close game. I mean, it was actually kind of close. Elvis. I will develop Shredder first. Can cast Iteration Impulse on the next turn if needed. I assume it's an elf stick, but is there a playable Pyroclasm Pioneer? Not sure. There's lots of free damage, 3 mana free damage sweepers, but 2 mana 2 damage might not be there. Okay, it's elves. One mana 1 damage, yeah. The one with the wild dogs in the picture. They want to chart a course. I actually hate my spell piece against potential company. Phoenix seems to dang on people who are playing junk to beat Rakdos, which is cool. Yeah. It does that. It's like... I think it's very, very powerful. Like base, very powerful deck. Needs really hate to be contained. Maybe I should play Pyromancer instead of a Thing in the Ice in my main deck though. Because I kinda bored the Thing in the Ice out a lot and it's versus mono green. It's better than Pyromancer against mono green, but I think main spell piece count should be 0 to 1. Okay, well then you think differently than I do. But thank you for your input. Yeah, like people sometimes cut Trespasser for the mirror. And then if they don't have Trespasser, that's like one of the better cards against Phoenix. And Shouldered also is good against Phoenix, bad against Mirror. I think. I don't know if everybody believes that. But I think Shoulder is quite poor in the Mirror. Isn't Trespasser very good in the red-black Mirror? Well, I've heard people cut it with that reasoning. So, I guess it's also random. They do random things with their decks, seems like. Because people have different estimations of what's actually super. It didn't seem particularly bad to me when I was playing red black in the mirror. It seemed like a functional card, sometimes hard to deal with, sometimes a 2-for-1. Sometimes Croxide, sometimes, well, lots of small things adding up. Can I connive, bro? Not sure if I connive the second spell, please, if I draw in on land. I don't need a fetch shredder. Let's keep the spells rather. Boy next door. Ginger said on a podcast that playing Lily opens other decks up to exploit you, so seems good to not play it. In what way does it open you to be exploited though? I think the issue is that card is kinda not good, but maybe I guess you can put it this way. Sometimes I don't know, I watch like Derek stream and he like plays much better than he puts his thoughts about why he plays well into actual words, I feel like. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm watching Muted at work, just trying to learn about Pioneer. I left that game after the crap release and I'm now coming back. Cool. But yeah, I think Liliana is not so good, and it's true that it's a good card versus Trespasser, sort of. Oh yeah, Nullheim and Balv. Okay, I get it now. That actually makes plenty of sense then. That's pretty exploitative. But just the fact is that you don't empty your hand quick enough, and you discard your own cards, and your opponent also discards their own cards, and like everybody has Manlands, so she can get attacked afterwards. She's not automating. But yeah, it is true that the meme Nullhide Ferox people can get you. Yeah, you have a free drop primal deck, you don't get to just empty your hand quickly enough. Don't think Young Pyro is super. They gain trample? Not really, but I'll run into Sweltering Suns problems. Spell Pierce maybe 1 at best. Ghast can hit company, but it's kinda inefficient, don't love. They sometimes play Leyline, you can board around Leyline a bit. Let's have the Pyro then. Let's not have the Spell Pierce. I don't know. Can just cut the combo entirely. Can I even have Vances? Let's try Vances against Nagro deck. Thank you for raid. For your raid, Young Dingo. Very based. This list seems solid, but it seems like Under Stroke could be nice. What is Borrower for? Borrower is for bouncing mainly Leyline, but it's kinda not super. It's its best against Keruga, I think, where bouncing the Leyline, I think, it's gonna matter the most, because I think they'll struggle against the Time Walk combo. So having access to that is pretty solid. Here they have Leyline too, but out of their deck I can easily beat their deck with Leyline out. Have a good day, this is a threat. Thank you. So you have the Brazil Borrower, you can bounce the Leyline now, I guess. If we find it. They have 2 cards only somehow. They just moved to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 6 only? Moved to 6, only have 2 cards. Well. But, you know, you could beat Leyline with enough Spell Pierces, etc. But you could play a second stroke instead of the third spell pierce. I'm not greatly convinced of the third spell pierce. Sometimes it feels like I have a bit too many spell pierces. I would like that, but not really. I guess a land is better for the pieces casting. So it's got 1 pieces that I don't need to do. I guess we get a shatter anyways. I did Boarding Drake and Vance's Blasting Cannons too. So hopefully we get to blast away this game. Hopefully we'll start blasting soon. Wow. Order lul. Send boring tuck reality to timeouts. Depends. Try me. I can kill the dark. Maybe they have 3 depths I won't be able to cast. When will you unban KCI? Well, somebody needs to redeem the point reward. Miss Wilderness Wreck, hope it gets back. I think it very well could. TBH. I think it's an over. Like weird ban, honestly. Like the only reason the deck was ever good was because of Uro. It wasn't good before Uro. Doesn't function actually too well with Uro, without Uro. This guy's pretty cool sometimes. When you get to draw 2, it's pretty nice. Ooh, Vance's Blasting Cannons. I don't need the pieces anymore, I think. Although I wish I can draw the 4th land, but... I missed Nexus and that card wasn't even good, exactly. Well, Nexus... I don't know, Nexus maybe was pretty good. Ouch. Punish for the attack pretty hard. Brazil Borrower getting milled with pieces when facing Leyline is a classic. And well, I guess a real danger of the card. Oh shit. Well, okay. Did they not see my Sweltering Suns? Vance is gonna own them, hopefully. Did they not see the Sweltering Suns? I mean, I guess what they're gonna do, right? I didn't have the second red mana. Maybe they've seen that. Or maybe they just have 2 of the shoot elves. No, doesn't seem like. Well, I never wanted to cast Vance's Blasting Cannons so far. Maybe that card is a bit sketchy. I mean, also not against red, black, against aggro decks. But I think I'll be closer to playing 2 Drake, 1 Cannons than like 2 Cannons, 1 Drake. Seems slow against aggro, yeah. Seemingly very slow against aggro. And it's stinky but has pieces, so can keep. The Wally Gaze. Oh, we're playing as Dredge, obviously. No, Esper dig for time with the Wally Gaze, huh? So I assume it's Greasefang. Esper Greasefang, a 20% win rate deck. Source? I mean, yeah, they did cast the Wally Gaze, yeah. But I flashback Otherworldly Gaze. Just tapped the wrong guy. So I guess returning it to their hand is useless because they have the discard guy. So it's worse in graveyard. Interesting. I believe lands are much more valuable now. Why didn't they do it on your end step? Maybe they just drew it. They cast Otherworldly Gaze to put the card right back, so maybe they just put it on top. Draw it, then use it, right? Sounds plausible. They drew it, they should have melted the gaze through. I don't understand then. So you have no cards in hand. They have another Greasefang. Seems like a bit spooky because they take lethal. Not nice, not nice. So my opponent just hit the 1 in 5 there. Hairs very likely. Thing seems bad. Spell Pierce ×2 seems okay.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thank you, Armek, for your tier 2 sub. Very based. Brazil, if they have Leyline for some reason, they sometimes tend to have it. This can blank the free ones. Okay. It's proactive. I'll keep one spell because I don't know how many great things they actually have to do. Keep. Are they likely on board? Sheestat Matter. Sheestat Matter? I think it's very plausible they play Ledger Shredder in their deck. But, I mean, I have Ledger Shredder removal on my deck, so... So I will just use that Ledger Shredder removal to remove Ledger Shredder. That is my strategy. Yes, Shredder is pretty decent because I just spent my impulse and now I have no Greasefang removal, huh? Kinda, but also I can ignore it. Upkeep, I guess. I mean, it's kinda okay to actually make them not draw the land, I think. I think Spell Pierce is probably pretty poor against them because they don't have a chariot. Moisten's hair is not good for me, bros. My 2 phoenixes. Rip. Are the games in Sofia going to be streamed? Yeah. If we draw a land, we can take turns. There's going to be coverage of Sofia, yeah. Oh snap, Parhelion. In their graveyard. Seems crazy that in like 2 weeks I won't be giving a shit about the World Cup. What do you mean? That they will just lose? It's gonna be sad, yeah. Two hearses. Lazar the Multifarious. Probably with some wild ones. Hmm. Otherworldly gaze. I love how it put cards in random spots. Shoulder the Apocalypse. Damn. Two hearses. I have to say I am much more stressed than when I play against Abzan Griesfang. There's the Shredder, the Lazav, and I guess blue potential of Spell Pierce, etc. seems kinda tough, kinda problematic in a way. Oh. Sorin, Vengeful Bloodlord. Lol. Resolves. So you can return Shouldered as a vampire from the graveyard onto the battlefield. Alright. Phyrexian Praetor Vampire. Oh, they have the Typling Praetor now. I guess maybe they always had. Well, I guess I'll bounce this and kill them. Oh no, I'm taking 2 damage. Oh. Oh no, I'm losing 2 life. Oh. Oh no, I'm taking an extra turn. No. Shredder first. I'll play around Spell Pierce by not playing Shredder first, which they milled with a Spell Pierce. They milled over, so we knew it's possible. I think Spell Pierce looks kind of mid here. I'd rather have more cantrips to find stuff. Maybe the Drake. To kill them. Let's have the Drake. The Drake man. The Drakester. Pull out all cards that draw cards to Shouldered. Okay. Now lose to Shouldered game 3. I have Lightning Axe in my deck. I'm not afraid of anything. So you can keep taunting me, bro. Like, sure. I don't care. I'm impervious to your taunts. Guess they had a 4-mana Story, so that's like a card that's worth. Spell Piercing. It's not really a top. Oh shit. Resolves. Scamming Seer. Cancer I heard thinks is inconsistent. Okay, you did, yeah. I mean, not untrue. It's pretty inconsistent against Shurafin, Scamming Shime. Scheming what? Scheming Seer. Seasonal Hollow Blade, okay. I'd really like lens. I don't have lens. Not good. I don't think I can play around Greasefang in this spot because I'll die to this. I could play Shredder, Impulse. Not really. Go Pieces. Take Greasefang, this is 5, raz 5. 13, 18, 20. Okay. Oh yeah, let's play Shoulder. Is there any value to cutting the one mountain for one Shatter Skull smashing so pieces can get a land? I don't play mountains, so no. I have 2 Spikefield Hazards, pieces can get the land this way, but it's not very reliable. But yeah, it's one of the reasons to play Spikefield Hazard, and one could even play more copies of that easily, I think. Kurwa, Shoulder jest trochę przejebane. Jakie wielkie te stwory ma, kurwa. It's pretty good. Raffine maybe Raffine is the base card. I guess they're playing Greasefang, but they also play the standard Esper deck. Pretty decent here. To block. I guess we're conniving brothers. A kurwa. Nic tu nie mam w tej ręce. Alright. Species. Your move. Seems tough. Can gain 6 life. If they flip Parhirion, I can gain a lot of life. Kill my Schroeder. Fiery and Abrade Shoulder. I didn't have Fiery Impulse in my hand. I guess I could have like untapped and done that, but that seemed super weak. Kurwa piwka. Well put. They even discarded Greasefang, they don't care. Wow, we got 4 awfully owned by this Esper gamer. Interesting deck. Looked almost enticing. I want to try this deck. Then lost to Shouldred. Yeah, we lost to Raffine, I think. Shouldred kinda doesn't matter. IDK feels like Shouldred just cursive, not answer, we're drawing a lot. Yeah, but like I think I need to draw the axe. But it is true that shoulder kills. If unanswered, you need to kill her. Let's go Pioneer. Let's go Raffine. Scamming Seer, Search. Pioneer. User submitted. Alright, starts well. Starts good. It's not the list we played against. Well, it does have push, Fozzies, mending. Didn't see mending. I guess the mana is pretty crap, right? You have Concealed Courtyard and Consider in your deck. My opponent had Dig Through Time, and they also had Otherworldly Gaze in their deck, which I'm not sure I support, but I mean, Raffine seems kind of scary for Phoenix. 3 mana, 4 toughness, and then just grows to humongous sizes. I guess 4 toughness you kill with an axe simply, but the new blue black guy will be a good upgrade this deck through. We had the blue green guy somewhere here. Seems better than Informant. So the white cards you want to play are kind of far and few between. Greasefang. Raffine without a 2-drop can do Parhelion 10-4 though, yeah. Well, Raffine is a backup plan. Which works better because your opponent creeps up removal 2 for the Greasefang combo. And seemed like a better backup plan than that. Well, Greasefang plays such a suppler and demonic now. Well, if the Greasefang players opt to put those cards in their deck, then Greasefang will play them, yeah, but I don't think that sounds super good, but worth trying in Mardu especially. I think in non-Abzan colors. Bending sucks, yeah. This guy, Evangel of Synthesis. Like 2 mana, 3 menace attacker. That's pretty great. Pretty great attacker for Raffine, but just I don't think the mana can take it. If you keep the white splash minimal. 2 mana impulse for historic spells. No, I don't know what you're talking about. For the Weatherlight or something. Yeah, I mean that sounds like ass to me. Tainted Indulgence can actually draw cards once you bend Parhelion. Seems great. Does it? Maybe it's not great. Like, I don't think you want to play actual Impulse, bros. Like, come on. Abzan gets by without playing Raffine's Tower somehow. I guess you do play Raffine's Tower. The blue-black guy. Evangel. Then your mana needs white. For those cards, can stay away seems okay. 2 think he'll play Dick for a time. Because it's a combo deck, right? JVP with Raffine, insane. Probably gonna play too many dicks, but two dicks. White pathways probably shouldn't be in the deck. I really think you don't want to put a pathway on white, because super mainly blue-black. My opponent had the 3-1 indestructible guy too. I guess it combos with Raffine, but so does Devourer of Memory. What about founding the Ferret Path in this kind of decks? What? It doesn't do anything. Be a smart Modric and all in on the Greasefang plan. Yeah. Is the offensive format just better than the free one? Likely. But well, the new card seems even better, and also doesn't require blue mana or 1-2. Staying it better than Char de Course. Damn, honestly. Might not be. Because you can actually draw 2. Char de Course, like the mere psychological factor of playing Char de Course and Evangel of Synthesis in the same deck is going to make us die from cringe though. Because you'll be like chart and be like, oh, I want the +1, but I also want to draw 2. Not this card, what do? Can play 4 Fastlands in a deck. Can play Kaito for more cringe. Kaito cringes out of the sideboard. They had Vanishing Verse out of the sideboard. It's like Hair Scoot, Shouldered, I guess. Soaring seemed kinda cringe. My problem when I played the deck way back was really never having the combo. Yeah. Raffine seems really good with the Evangel, yeah. I'll just see on Insta, sorry if you mentioned already. What do you like more about Esper than Abs and Greasefang? Well, I just lost to Abs to Esper and it seemed more powerful. It seems like the secondary creatures can actually attack you and you can die, right?
He's a phenomenal control player.
We died to Raffine, seemed pretty threatening, and the threat of Greasefang happening was pretty big. While Abzan just kind of plays 1/1s, and The backup plan is only the chariots on 4 mana plus. Probably missing something obvious. What is the reason for Devourer? It's filler. It's this, but it's not on Modo yet. What's the word for that? Not filler. Replacement? No. Proxy, yeah. Proxy, yeah. It's a proxy of this. It proxies the Evangel Synthesis. Placeholder, yes. Placeholder was the word I was looking for. They also played Lazav. I don't know what to think about Lazav. Seemed kind of weird champ, but it means a 2-drop for a Fane and it transforms into a Greasefang. Supreme Berry, that seems like an old sideboard card. And what do you do against mono green with this? I don't know. If you play Lazav over JVP, I'm not talking to you. I can't wait to attack with JVP and connive with Raffin and then kill my opponent with 4-6 JVP. Do you think that green prototype mythic that makes a 15/15 haste token fits into Keruga Fires as the early game blocker / threat? Yeah, I think it can. Like 2 mana, it's pretty high upside for Keruga. And the 5 mana card is not great, but like 15 damage with fire haste is also no joke, right? So it's probably better than something like Cavalier of Thorns, right? Green kind of awkward, but I think it's to be considered and maybe included. Like just having extra 2 mana play seems kind of great. Also, it makes Chariot better in that shell, yeah. Like 2 mana 2/3 is not super, but it is something that blocks. No answers to unlicensed hairs in this deck. I guess you can play Portable Halls. That's why they were here. Sport out Greasefang, easy. You could, yeah. You could play this enchant after Bra. Was it not legal on Pioneer before? That's pretty funny. I don't know. I don't know if it's legal. Legal on Pioneer. Yeah, it was in Zendikar. Corsa 2020. Well, it's pretty legal. It was very legal. Maybe not very legal. It was legal. So many disenchants. 54 cards. The name is exactly disenchant. Wow. Fracture is better. Counter target spells. Counter draws a card, draw a card. Wow. Wait, it's Alchemy? How? It's the same text. I guess it's not a Dream Fracture, it's just Dream Fracture from the set that was entirely Alchemid. And Fracture, Artifact, Ancient Planeswalker, cool. I guess it does kill Karn, yeah. Bros, all the different emotions that you can feel fractured into nothing. Alright. I don't have interest in trying Greasing before the new card drops though, so let me finish my Pioneer Phoenix League. Although, well, okay, I wanted to poop, but keep. When it's set on MTGO, I believe it's Wednesday before Sofia. Which means I will not be streaming that set before Sofia because I'm traveling on Wednesday. I think. I'm traveling on Wednesday. Or was it Thursday? No, I think I'm traveling on Thursday. But still, there's gonna be no stream of the set. Tuesday? No. Well, set is on Tuesday, I mean. Nice song. Ten Masked Men, Living La Vida Loca, cool. Would you consider doing an LSD draft at some point? No, I will not. Seems things will be really popular looking at the play spring for Sofia. Yeah, it is a possibility too. That like I'm stream this and like other people also want to play it, so then maybe that's a reason not to play it, TBH. Because it is fairly weak to hate. It's a bit tough at times. But also, like, I don't know, tournament-wide, what effects is that gonna have? But I'm thinking about this, is like, maybe I should drop Phoenix because of Phoenix. Kinda tough. Because I vibe with the deck, but... Like, even on Modo, sometimes people just play 5 Herses against me, and it gets tough, bros. Herses, Shouldreds, all that bullshit is a bit tough. 5 Heres indeed, yeah. Spell. Awesome. But whenever I want to practice red-black, I just remember that I can do other things with my life, and I end up not playing with red-black. So that's a bit problematic. But yeah, the Keruga deck is pretty cool too in some way, shape, or form. Johnstar sent me an Incarnation Keruga list that's of his alleged Portugal friends we're working on. Can take a look at that. looked kind of shit in some ways, but also had some nice ideas. What do you think is the deck's worst matchup? Phoenixes? It's just hate. It's like they deck weak to cards, not to decks. It's the hate cards. They're pretty solid against it. Two 7-drops are so cringe. Yeah. So it's like Enigmatic Incarnation, and there is Archangel Thais, Spark Double, Hostage Taker, Omnav. I don't know who chose those creatures. Touch of the Spirit Realm. So you can do it with 5. This list plays 1 Omnav and 4 Passage. So like all of this seems horrible to me. But Lockdown is pretty great. Fable's pretty okay. I don't know. You want to cast Fable from my Nikeruga deck? It's so cringe. Why? Interesting, I say that. I think most people feel the opposite. It does seem good in this deck. Wow, 4 Phoenixes. What makes you feel that way? It's like a small thing to occupy your point with, and then you start blasting with the heavy hitters. Don't need that. Can just have the Spell Pierce, probably Dispute. Borrower great. Sweeper kinda poor, don't like. Braid is more point removal, maybe Drake. But Drake's, yeah, I don't know about the Drake. Probably don't want free Spell Pierce. And probably don't really want this many Braids. I don't know how Spirits is supposed to win against me. I wonder if Lockdown is just good and you're an Enigmatic because you can sack it and blink all your seconds. Maybe cringe with Chain, P-Hole. It's really bad with Chain, yeah. I also think that Yorion Enigmatic is probably better as Keruga Enigmatic in some way, but I'm not sure how exactly. Or maybe it's not Keruga, but maybe Companionless. Nah, that's kinda rough too. Let's keep this, not a super hand, but I think the Yorion deck with like 1 key card that's so much better than the rest is a little bit misguided. Pieces is poor without extra turns. No, I'm perfectly content casting pieces, grabbing removal spells, casting Fueling Treasure Cruises. They're also good against Graveyard Hate if my opponent has any Unlicensed Heirs in their deck. So I'm not concerned about that. Mills Phoenixes does all the things. Phoenix is good versus Mono Blue, right? I'm planning to play Mono Blue and RCQ. It seems really good to me, yeah. Like the Mono, like Ledger Shatter, what do you do about Ledger Shatter? If you're on the draw with Spirit, your opponent plays a Ledger Shatter on 2, you're like, well, I guess I lost. I can't do anything. No outs. Also, I'm not sure if I remember auto-warring anything with this deck. You Witness Protection, yeah, sure. I mean, it's a no-cap answer. I guess it is a no-cap answer, but game 1 you lose. I guess game 2 you dig for a Witness Protection. No kappa. Life is a waterfall. I think I'm not unhappy to trade pieces for the Wanderer in this spot. Given my hand, have 3 cards in my graveyard, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can, if I cast both Axe and Core Chart, I can cruise next turn. That's an option. Aerials on the sky. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'll bounce the spirit if they pump end of turn. Maybe they'll draw. Outplayed. The Explorer version of this deck played Shredder itself, right? At Worlds, I've seen they had Shredder in their decks. Maybe that's a thing. I think it maybe was sideboard for the mirror or something, because they had in the mirror. Probably was pretty good in the mirror, especially, well, as we said, it was pretty good versus the deck. Don't abuse it. Marijuana. Does Poland have an MC McGrath, the crime dog equivalent? I mean, like, Polis has some mascots. So kinda? Not really, though. I don't know how big McGrath, the crime dog, is. Bro, stop it. Well, I understand it's the dog that's whose song is playing. I see the dog on the video. If you gamble with life, you could lose it. It kind of says to you to change something in Titan's side of Leyline Binder and meta against creativity edits. Outplay. I think we want to. Well, I could play Phoenix and Brazil. I could bounce this and play Brazil. No, I can't. Because then I don't have the mana. Titan gets higher mites. Well, sure. Outplay. Well, you just want Bossages against Leyline Binding. You don't want anything else. Like, you don't need anything on top of that. I think I'm gonna try to high roll some removals with this. I have failed. See Phoenix in my graveyard though. Okay, DOB on board. DOB on board. Such a good matchup, bros, I told you. Should have played 2 creatures, I guess. We thing on turn 2. Cap. Why 1 TT and 1 Young Pyro? What do you mean? Those are 2 of the cards I want to play in my deck. Therefore, I play them. Simple. Given that I wanted to have a thing in the ice in my deck, I put 1 in my deck. If you're asking me why only 1, then your premise of your question is flawed. And I can't be actually bothered to answer it. As obviously every card, every slot is going to have an opportunity cost. Hope they don't counter this. Yeah, but why Young Pyro over Iconoclast? I think I'll keep playing Young Pyro if I play Monster because somebody pointed out that Rending Volley and both Rending Volley and Mystical Dispute are cards, and I think they are more relevant cards than Brave the Elements. Also, like Young Pyro, I don't know, just kind of has a style, right? And the Iconoclast is some kind of new dude from the past, allegedly, and it's like, who the fuck is this guy, you wonder? If you gamble with life, you could lose it. Pitches to force the negation subtlety though. In Pioneer, it doesn't. Trigger submissions bubble is real though. Kill sale. I mean, we don't kill those guys. We bounce them. Phone will be printed upon in 2026 and subtlety in 2028. Can you say something else about the future? Who's the president of USA in 2028? And I don't know, any other questions for a time traveler, bros? It's Elon Musk. I believe you then. I believe you are a time traveler now. We are doing this in my main phase, so we can actually bring back a Phoenix. Bringing them to 7 means the horror just kills them in one shot, so you need to play around that. Why no ESD, Mr. Streamer? Because I don't want to play it. I have zero interest in playing Innistrad drafts. I have interest in playing Pioneer. Simple. What were your thoughts on that Rakdos sack / mid? Seemed like a fine deck. Only played it for one league. Maybe I should play a bit more of it. Maybe deserves a little bit more gaming. Why no Modern Warfare 3, Mr. Streamer? Good question. Modern Warfare. Witness protection. Oh, snap. Creature citizen. They need to block still. It's kind of scary, and they need to block the hole too. Good draw. Dupa. Damn, this Awoken horror is going to testify so hard the trial. Actually, I retract my statement. I would like to. What's the word? What's the official word for that? I think retract statement. That sounds good. But is that something you'd say in the court? Maybe. I'll say Leviathan all along. It's not a Leviathan. It's a Kraken horror. Right. Rescind, yes. I would like to rescind my testimony. Alright, I'm going to finish this league, but first I need to poop. I'll be back in a minute. Will there be a prediction regarding the John Trophy? Sure. Mods. I'll make it, I guess. Have a nice poop, yeah. I pooped and I finished a daily commission in Genshin Impact, so that was a good experience. This splash, I don't know. Did you say buy that? I don't have a buy that. Kinda wish I did. TBH, I would use it. I think it's good for the unsent sacks. I think it's good for the cleanness of the ass. Saying be that wrong. That's how we say it in Polish. Just speaking Polish to you and not some made up language. Well, maybe not a made up language, but a language of a made up pronunciation. Also, I'm not sure if I actually want to play the Modern Challenge tomorrow, broskies. I wish the Pioneer Challenge was at a achievable hour. Oh, there's the mocks. Okay, I'll play the mocks. You're right. Okay, I'll play the standard mocks. Any good standard decks to play? Esper cards and I guess Grixis. Oh, it's shock. They play Shadrach as a kill it. The Blue-Red Jin deck went 5-0 day 1. I need to look it up because I don't actually know the Blue-Red Jin deck. Magic Worlds Blue-Red Hottie the Jin deck. When I Google that, the first result is Hottie Jin equals insta win. Is a Jin DMU modern? João Manuel de Pla, mono blue tempo. So is it blue red or mono blue? Terror and Healthy Jin, Delver with no Delver. Invoke the Winds. Greg Orange with control of the Jin the sideboard and a blue-red Jin. 4 Jin, Illuminator Leer, Fable. Invoke Strangle. Shut up. Rending Flame, what's this? Deals 5 damage. This is a spirit you have 2 that prevents controller, okay. Consider makes appear negates. Interesting. So cancer recall that you generally don't like alcoholic beverages, but do you have a favorite that you find acceptable? No, I do like beers plenty. I don't like hard alcohol because it's just kind of hard. And very alcoholic. But I enjoy drinking beer. But not in large amounts either, because then I get drunk and I don't enjoy that. What about cider seltzer? I once bought a White Claw when I was in, when I was in Hawaii, I bought a White Claw and it was disappointing. And cider is fine. But wine, I like sweet wine, but I really don't like dry. What's the opposite of sweet? Dry? No. Jak się mówi na to wytrawne wino? A White Claw is like a seltzer. And was a meme for some reason in the internet a little bit. I don't understand why, but it's a hard seltzer and it's just like water but with alcohol and has like a very slim aftertaste
He's a
of some kind
phenomenal
of a
control
taste
player.
flavor.
Hi.
No, it's not bitter wine. It's just dry wine, okay. Thank you, Frank Wazeis, for your subscription. I like my wine wet. Understandable. Considering pieces of the puzzle, I think we're gonna be losing unless I draw pieces too. I should have copied an opt earlier. No, I don't think so on this. In my graveyard, I think it's way better. It's just gonna die to removal, but trading cards is okay now. Do I have a recommended guide for MTG? Well, I like MTG as a whole. I don't. It's kind of a deep subject, I guess. So would be tough to maybe convey stuff in that, but I think that Mr. Chimba's suggestion is fine. MTG Arena should teach you the basics. There's a level 1 thing by D Duke. Alright. Maybe that would work, yeah. D Duke. D Duke sounds funny. You know, the Duke of Magic the Gathering. They got Iteration and Trespass. Tough. Do you have lens, bro? Sure hope you're missing. No. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7 mana. Yeah, we can't. Spell pierce located. They shock in their events, they did. If I counter a trespass now, there will be no trespass to copy, so they will not get any extra turns and they're gonna win easily. Wait, what? There was a trespass. They got a copy. Model bug. Also, their second's done pretty successful this game, TBH. We actually give them one more card they got this way. Oh snap. That's actually true. Damn, that was poor on my end then. So can't even take the turns. Let's say ask my opponent a question. Axe, discarding chart, targeting Shredder. Then I go iteration. And then I have 8 cards in my graveyard. Wait. 5, 7 cards in my graveyard, yeah. That fits. The shoe fits. I think people say that. Not sure. Take a knife. Go, knife, go, knife, go, knife, go, knife. If they have spell piercer, I'm going to get destroyed, so. I mean, as I don't really get destroyed, I'll just get slightly destroyed. A little bit destroyed, though. A little bit destroyed. Do you think anyone would ever find Temporal Trespass Galvang Iteration and not for the... Wait, it's game 1, bro. Hold your horses. But I also did the same mistake, funnily. Do you think anyone would ever discover Trespass Iteration if not for the standard format, bros? Probably not. I guess now we're at kind of parity. If I get to return my Phoenixes, I guess, so not a guarantee. Why standard? Well, there was the standard Galvang Iteration, Aldrun's Epiphany combo deck. Which was really good, right? Pieces, awesome. Disable stroke main, damn. Kind of crazy stuff. I don't know if I can attack. They activate the hole, I will need to block. If I attack with one, they kill the other one, they return the Phoenix. I think we can attack with one. Chooses pieces of the puzzles. Okay, they only hit one thing and a Phoenix, okay. So I have no more trespasses, so I have to win the fairway, I guess. They made 2 spell pierces. So they have stroke and 2 pierces in the main deck. They have 2 spell pierces now, sick. They kill my small Phoenix, okay. Whoa, they had 3 Phoenixes. So I actually die because I attacked. Wow. Well, would have a hard time winning anyways, I guess. Too bad. Too bad. Yeah, I guess. Just need to keep a cantrip hand. Bros, Phoenix Mirror. OMG, they had it all. Very true. They definitely had it all. After throwing 50 cards from their deck, from their 60 card deck, they did have it all. I have pieces in my hand. The impulse really poor. I need to draw land number 3 before turn 3 and then I get 2 pieces, but I guess we'll keep. Bros, will I top like a land? Why no upgrade? People often run Harris in Phoenix. Well, they do sometimes, but maybe I could have a braid over Fire Impulse, but I don't run a braid, so I just expect that my opponents will also not run it. Just that they're gonna behave like in humane ways, and they're not gonna play the Hearse. Yes, exactly. I'm trying to establish a non-belligerent pact. I don't know what it means, belligerent, but that's what I'm trying to do. But I guess a braid would be better here. I have 6 for pieces. I didn't know you can do that. Just kinda wanted to cast piece in F6 and grab the cards, but I pressed F6 just as the menu appeared, so it skipped through that, but not through my turn. Well, that is not awesome. -1 consider -1 spell piece, I guess. Damn. Gonna discard what, a Phoenix? Yeah. I'm not sure if I should play it. It's kind of bad to just have removal, then yeah, I mean that's terrible. Oops. Am I the only person in favor of the 3 damage lens in Phoenix? So you have targets for pieces. How many? I mean, I missed on piece because I have 6 through it. I didn't miss on piece because I missed on pieces. So, I mean, it wouldn't actually help to have the lens. 3 Phoenixes in graveyard, pretty spooky. See a land. But yeah, I guess a braid is kind of like, because an Elisha is also better. Canister, why only playing Pioneer? Because I'm a Pioneer player now. But I'm a Pioneer player because there is a Pioneer tournament that I prepare for, I guess. That's why. After it's done, we're gonna play Modern, probably. More so than Pioneer. More often. I'm streaming for 7 hours. I only played 1 league, 2 leagues. Very long tournaments. Young Pyro. They have the Phoenixes, they're not bringing them. It's kind of weird. Yeah, only standard after stuff, yeah. Nah, I mean, for the standard one, yeah. When is the standard tournament? Said I'm not going to play only standard though. TBH, I would be down for MTGO standard. Probably not too many. players would sympathize with your point of view, though. Could cruise, probably should cruise. Yeah, they did just connive twice, they probably have spells in hand now. But they have a strong hand. I mean, I need to kill them probably before I die. So now it's been quite fun. I assume it's probably fun. Well, it's gonna be hard to beat that. Well, we are dead to them birding, yeah. But I don't think I win games for the returning the birds. So I think I can win games where they don't, so I'll tact. Two free. Two free, well put, yeah. Sperafin now. No, finishing the stream now. It's 8 p.m. I have to fuck around and do nothing important every evening or I feel bad, so thank you for watching, bros, and I see you tomorrow during the standard challenge, I guess. Standard challenge. When does Bro come on MTGO? Here, 15th, I think. Not sure. Guessing, TBH. But I think it's an informed guess. Let's raid some nerds. Like Ginger is playing something. So you can raid Ginger. See you tomorrow, bros. Stay hydrated.